Online students able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
About 44 students, yours is only reconciliation, right?
Yes, sir.
So actually today we are
Yes,
taking
sir.
3 topics. Yeah. Today we are taking 3 topics. First one is collateral, then your reconciliation, and then it will be SBL. Okay. So little bit of review. आप लोगों का ये टॉपिक हो गया, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you start? Yeah, everyone can see the PDF.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, in collateral reconciliation and stock borrow lending, basically you will have to focus more on the operations of collateral and reconciliation. So यहाँ पे theoretical कम है और आपको concept ज़्यादा पता होना चाहिए. One thing. Second, few basic theories थोड़ा बहुत मगअप करना पड़ सकता है just for the sake of interviews. And third, specific roles related to collateral management or reconciliations and similar others can be offered by different investment banking companies. ठीक है, तो उस हिसाब से आपको प्रिपेयर करना है. ये सब तीनों टॉपिक्स में मोर और लेस वही एक चीज मेंशन्ड है और कुछ ज्यादा इसमें है नहीं. ठीक है, so let's start. So what is collateral? Yeah, Sibo 44, anyone can answer. What is collateral? क्या होता है collateral? Yeah, so basically more of like a mortgage only. ठीक है, so whenever you are taking any liabilities, it is mandatory for you to provide a collateral or a security or a mortgage in the form of different assets, so that in the case of any default, it will make sure that you are able to repay your loans, right? So say for example, अगर मैंने 2-wheeler का एक लोन लिया हुआ है, ठीक है, say for example 1 लाख रुपीस, अब वहां पे इतना मॉर्गेज कुछ होता नहीं है, but just for assumption, let us assume कि we are having a we are providing a collateral of say for example some gold ornaments against that. ठीक है, तो अगर मैं वो ऑटो लोन रीपे नहीं कर रहा हूँ, then the person who is issuing that particular loan, more of like a either a non-banking financial institution or smaller financial companies or any other banks, do possess the particular right to sell those ornaments and recollect the loan amount that I have taken. Okay, so basically it is an age-old concept in finance industry, which means providing security in the form of property, cash, gold or any other securities against the possible payment default. Okay, see, it can be अगर loan आपका बड़ा है, say for example you are taking a housing loan, so definitely your entire house or any that particular property will be mortgaged against the loan that you have taken. Okay, so in the case of definitely that particular default, you will be not be able to have that particular directly hold over that property unless and until you repay the loan amount. Okay, cash, that is fine. Gold is fine. Securities matlab, in the case for example, securities will reflect over here even your equity securities or any money market securities or even your fixed income securities can be deposited as collateral. So say for example, कोई बैंक में अगर है तो उसको पता होगा कि एफडी के अगेंस्ट मुझे ओवरड्राफ्ट मिलता है, ओडी, right? So that I can use that particular amount for smaller transactions or and that too for a shorter time frame, कोई अगर emergency need है तो मेरी. I can repay that amount and my FD will continue. मुझे FD break करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है. But that FD as of now will be working as a collateral in this particular transaction. Okay. Now, basically there are certain features of this particular collateral. First is guarantee. So it is used as a guarantee that the obliged cash will be paid at the predefined time. Second is credit enhancement. So it helps the firm to mitigate the credit risk by accepting equivalent value of assets. And third is managing crisis. It helps to manage and overcome the crisis like economic, currency, or failure of market participants. So guarantee मतलब क्या होता है कि जो entity which is giving you the loan, उसको भी तो वो भरोसा बैठना चाहिए कि ठीक है अगर ये डिफॉल्ट हो रहा है तो I do possess a certain specific product or asset with me. In the case I can sell it and recover my money. तो एक guarantee हो गया उसको. ठीक है. Credit enhancement, definitely it will help the firm to mitigate the credit risk by accepting equivalent value of assets. So जितने का आप लोन ले रहे हो उसके equivalent amount का ही आप collateral surrender कर रहे हो. ठीक है. Third, managing crisis. So definitely in the economic crisis or any currency rates whenever they are escalating, definitely the probability of the defaults will increase, and hence at that time collateral will work more of like a shield, okay, to all those particular lenders in the transaction. Okay. Any doubts so far, online students?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Purpose of collateral. So what is basically purpose that we have seen? A credit enhancement technique which is allowing a net borrower to receive better borrowing rates or haircuts. वो haircut margin जो आपने level 1 में देखा था, that is more of like working as a collateral over there. Okay, it was a double step or two stage process if you remember. ठीक है, पहले आप securities की value determine करते हो, so through that particular first formula. Second, you are using the discount rate to ensure कि आपका जो principal amount है वो ज़्यादा safe रहे. So we have already seen that example of that gold loan in that case, right? 50,000 rupees का वो 35,000 ही count करेगा. So that in the case of the fluctuation in the prices of the gold, your principal amount will remain protected. Okay. So collateral is basically a credit risk mitigation tool, which is used for private or over-the-counter transactions and thereby helps the counterparty to protect themselves against default. It is even applied to secure the individual deals or even entire portfolios. It is basically a trade facilitation tool which enables the parties to trade with one another when they would otherwise be prohibited from doing so. ये ठीक है, यहाँ पे इतनी जरूरत नहीं है. Money market investment is also being used for different collateral purposes. A balance sheet management technique is used to optimize bank capital by earning extra income from lending those assets to other institutions. So basically, of course, interbank lending में भी अगर आप कभी-कभी क्या होता है कि अगर duration ज़्यादा है so other institutions too have to provide certain collateral, despite the fact that they are also financial institutions. Okay. Now, why the focus has increased for collateral management? Of course, collateral management has come into the picture because it is an important method of mitigating counterparty credit risk in the event of a financial crisis or the bankruptcy that as we have seen in the case of Lehman Brothers. Lehman Brothers का case याद है ना? We have discussed that. Right, Lehman Brothers crisis of 2008. So basically वहाँ पे भी क्या था? Mortgage था, या subprime lending crisis जिसको बोलते हैं पूरा केस को. ठीक है, तो subprime lending crisis क्या था? Basically housing loan के ऊपर एक के बाद देते रहे. सब housing loans को क्या किया? फिर कुल मिला के वो securitization किया. Single asset, that asset was again resold to other investors in the market. But just because the real market estate market collapse हो गया, ये securities का value zero हो गया. At the end, Lehman Brothers had to face a default. उस time पे severe economic crisis came into the picture. Okay. So collateral management, it provides the tools you need to gain a clear picture of your firm's exposure, mitigate the risk effectively, and also optimize your collateral across multiple products. So you can just go through this particular 2008 वाला जो crisis है. We have already seen the case study. Okay. But basically see how much amount of collateral is being provided over here in different transactions. We can see earlier in 2001, say for example, around $250 billion were being used just for the purpose of having a collateral. Okay, सिर्फ security के तौर पे provide करने के लिए $250 billion का collateral provide किया जाए. Now, if slowly when it went in the year of 2006, ये amount हो गया 250 का 1329. That means not only the amount increase of collateral, but also the risk factors increased a lot. और उसके टाइम के बाद ही वो 2007-8 का सब प्राइम लेंडिंग क्राइसिस का इशू हुआ है, ठीक है। कोलेटरल लैंडस्केप, सो से फॉर एग्जांपल दिस इज वन पर्टिकुलर सोर्स, उसका ग्रॉस अमाउंट ये है, नेट अमाउंट इतना है, तो नोट्स के हिसाब से इतना, दिस इज जस्ट वन एग्जांपल ऑफ हाउ कोलेटरल्स हैव बीन प्रोवाइडेड। मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज हाउ डिफरेंट एसेट्स आर बीइंग यूज्ड इन द कोलेटरल, वेदर इट इज कैश, सो से फॉर एग्जांपल लिक्विड कैश मतलब एफडीज आपका, ठीक है, गोल्ड है, या फिर प्रॉपर्टी है, या रियल एस्टेट है, या एनी अदर फॉर्म्स ऑफ सिक्योरिटीज दैट यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग इन द ट्रांजैक्शंस। So collateral has definitely, demand has definitely increased over a period of time. Starting from this 2013, over a period of 2019, we can see the graph has constantly increased. Okay. Now the various markets where collateral is used is fixed income, repurchase agreements, corporate bonds, exchange traded securities, asset-backed securities, OTC derivatives, equities, bank loans, securities lending, forex margining, and commodities. You can just write down 4 to 5 different collateral assets or securities which are being used in the entire transaction. So whenever you are being asked what is collateral, you have to mention the markets as well as certain examples of the collateral products. Okay. Online students, you can also note it down. Offline students, just write down 4 to 5 names or around maximum 6, not more than that. It can be both. Your equity securities also can be considered as an asset if they are for hold for long term. Yeah. मैसेज कर दिया। अच्छा, मुझे लगता है ऑलरेडी आप लोग का ऑनलाइन है। हाँ 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 हाँ, यस कमिट। डन, रिटर्न एवरीवन, बाकी सब सेटल हो जाओ थोड़ा। So examples of collateral which is being used in a swap agreement is being used. Collateral हो गया ना आप लोगों का. तो just I am taking collateral, then reconciliation and last में SBL है. ठीक है? Stock borrow lending. क्या होता है collateral? या तीनों, चारों, पांच. हाँ. Any. What is collateral basically?
Collateral is inside the security.
Okay. Examples of collateral? Okay. Any other? Okay. Any other? Property. Gold. ठीक है, गोल्ड लोन में तो बेसिकली गोल्ड ही आएगा, right? Okay. Now see here, there is one example given of the collateral which is being used in the swap agreement. So bank A has an MTM profit versus bank B in the swap. The profit bank A is having on the swap leads to credit exposure on the bank B. So there is one swap agreement carried out between two entities, that is bank A and bank B. Okay. Now in this particular example, what is happening is, say for example, if the bank B is getting exposed to certain credit risk, definitely they need to have certain collateral from particular bank A or any other entity A, so that in the case of a credit default, they are at least protected by the amount which is equivalent to the amount lent in the entire credit transaction. Okay, अगर 10 लाख का लोन दिया है बैंक B ने to bank A in the interbank lending transaction, say for example, then bank A has to provide a collateral for any other through any other securities with an equivalent amount of 10 lakh rupees. Okay. Now to mitigate the risk for bank B defaulting, bank A losing out the profits, bank A will be performing a collateral call on bank A. यहाँ पे vice versa का situation है. So basically bank A is now taking that particular collateral call so that they will be at least remaining protected in the entire transactions and will make sure that the amount which is lended in this transaction will remain protected. Okay. Now, certain different global markets have different mechanisms for their collateral management. Okay, US market में कुछ अलग तरीके से collateral work कर रहा होगा, UK में कुछ अलग तरीका होगा, Middle East will have different, European markets will have different collaterals. You don't need to remember, but just understand like what type of mechanisms are being used. Say for example, the collateral markets have a wide range of products and securities. So say for example, in the case of US and Canada, they have highly developed collateral markets focusing on cash and treasury bonds. तो वहां पे इन द फॉर्म ऑफ कैश और लिक्विड एसेट्स और ट्रेजरी बॉन्ड्स के जरिए ही आपको कोलेटरल प्रोवाइड करता है. व्हाट आर ट्रेजरी बॉन्ड्स? कौन इश्यू करता है? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूएस. ठीक है. यूरोप हैज हाईली एफिशिएंट फिक्स्ड इनकम कोलेटरलाइजेशन, fragmented equity markets, and of course historically fragmented settlement and clearing infrastructures, but still at the end they also have certain government backed securities which can be provided as collateral. So say for example, अगर बैंक भी लोन लेती है 10 lakh rupees का from bank A, in the case of that interbank lending transaction, then bank B can provide this particular treasury bonds or even that government securities जो हमारे G-Secs रहते हैं, right? जर्मनी में क्या बोला जाता है उसको? इसलिए तो पूछ रहा हूँ. Bunds, if you remember, gilts, bunds, gilts दूसरे European markets में, right? So that is how that all those particular government securities can be provided as a collateral in the transaction. Even the Middle East has developed certain similar mechanisms which is accepted under that Sharia or that Islamic law. Lending is largely illegal in Muslim countries, which includes lending securities. But definitely in the case of any transaction, if they carry out, collateral is even taken over there. Okay. But you don't need to remember all these things. US में क्या चल रहा है, UK में क्या चल रहा है. You just need to understand the mechanism of collateral. Okay. Now, what are the different technical and legal developments? So for example, electronic data interchange is one of the systems which is being developed through this IT infrastructure. ISDA collateral asset definitions have been defined. Different एक पूरा एक summarized जिसको बोलते हैं documentation prepare किया गया है across the world so that everyone will be aware about how much collateral should be taken under the case of the credit default event, what steps has to be followed specifically in the case of a bankruptcy. ओके अगर बैंक्रप्सी हो रही है और कोलेटरल ज्यादा प्रोवाइड नहीं किया गया है या कम प्रोवाइड किया गया है तो उस केस में भी आपको कौन से एक्शन स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए वो भी मेंशन किया जाता है इन दैट पर्टिकुलर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. ठीक है. नाउ कैन एनीवन टेल मी व्हाट कुड बी द एंटिटीज इन्वॉल्वड इन कोलेटरल ट्रांजैक्शंस और पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऑफ कोलेटरल? कोलेटरल कैन बी, ठीक है, बोरोअर, लेंडर, इंटरमीडियरी. चलो 3 तो हो गए. फिर उसके बाद
वैल्यूएशन टीम.
कौन? टेक्निकल टीम, वैल्यूएशन टीम. ओके, या वैल्यूएशन जो करेंगे बेसिकली. ओके, सो दैट इज ऑफ कोर्स योर क्रेडिट एनालिसिस टीम और वैल्यूएशन टीम और टेक्निकल टीम, जो भी नाम दे दो. सो दे विल बी बेसिकली एनालाइजिंग. सी, अगर आपको पता है तो जनरली इन द केस ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर योर हाउसिंग प्रॉपर्टीज एक वैल्यूअर आता है, राइट? घर पे आता है, वो फोटो खींचता है, प्लान चेक करता है, एंड देन ही मेंशंस दैट द वैल्यूएशन ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर प्रॉपर्टी, say for example, is 40 lakhs. Now on what basis he actually decides that particular price? Per square meter average price that is being going on over there. That is one thing. Second, he even needs to check the current condition of that property. बहुत पुरानी है तो और प्राइस नीचे जाएगा या ऐसा कुछ ना कुछ ऊपर नीचे रहता है. That is second parameter. अगर नया प्रॉपर्टी है तो भी प्राइस चेंज हो जाएगा. ठीक है. थर्ड, the vicinity of the location of the property also matters a lot. अगर भले ही आप बोलते हो कि इस एरिया में ये प्राइस पर स्क्वायर मीटर या स्क्वायर फीट जो भी है वो चल रहा है, लेकिन इफ देयर आर सर्टेन नेगेटिव ऑब्स्टेकल्स इन दैट बिल्डिंग या आसपास, मतलब मान लो कि कोई ऐसा न्यूसेंस वाला कोई एरिया है जहाँ पे ट्रैफिक बहुत है, या फिर कोई आपका जैसे एनी पब्लिक वो होता है ना, पार्क्स है या फिर हॉस्पिटल्स है आजू बाजू में, तो दैट विल बी नॉट अ पॉजिटिव पॉइंट फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रॉपर्टी. तो उस बेसिस के हिसाब से भी आपका प्राइस कम हो जाएगा. ठीक है. इट विल नॉट हैव दैट मच सिग्निफिकेंट इफेक्ट, बट यस, थोड़ा बहुत तो फ्लक्चुएशंस आ जाएगा. Now this is the work of that credit analysis team, which is actually carrying out the valuations of those properties. Why? Because whenever the bank is going to give you a loan, they need to accurately measure how much is the exact value of the property. Only against that I can issue a fresh housing loan for say 40 lakhs है तो 80% या 70% के हिसाब से देंगे. 10-20% का मार्जिन रहता है हमारा. On an average it will be like 28-30 lakhs का इशू किया जाएगा. ठीक है. So researches, analysis and collateral requirements are being carried out or defined by this credit analysis team. It will entail a preliminary review as well as ongoing periodic reviews if required of the credit risk of each counterparty. Now can anyone just assume or guess कि यहाँ पे fraud क्या हो सकता है? Specifically in the case of a valuation of a commercial premises, क्या fraud हो सकता है?
जो वैल्यू दे रहा है और जिसको चाहिए तो बात कर सकते हैं, एप्रिसिएशन चाहिए,
ज्यादा वैल्यू वाला चाहिए मतलब. हाँ, ओके, दैट इज वन वे. और एनीथिंग एल्स? लेकिन फिर भी प्रॉब्लम तो ये आएगा कि उसको दैट ही हैज टू क्लिक द इमेजेस ऑफ दैट प्रॉपर्टी. फोटोग्राफ्स तो लेने पड़ेंगे. देन हाउ ही विल जस्टिफाई? हाँ, वो तो डेफिनेटली, या तो तभी ये पॉसिबल होगा. मैनेजर तभी अलाउ करेगा. इसी हिसाब से तो फ्रॉड चलते आ रहे हैं. See, these are actual examples existing in the market. I will give you one example जहाँ पे it was more of like वो क्या बोलते हैं, domestic animals का शेड था, cow shed जो बोलते हैं नॉर्मली. आप पता नहीं, आप टर्मिनोलॉजी कोई अलग होगा, जो भी है. तो that was more of like a cow shed. ठीक है. अब वहां पे उन्होंने क्या किया, नॉर्मली there was a one shop over there और उनको ये दिखाना था ये पूरा फैक्ट्री का आउटलेट है. आउटलेट इन द सेंस प्रोडक्शन फैसिलिटी है कोई भी. So that, say for example, this is an open area, right? I cannot show this. This is an entry gate over here, for example. वहां पे क्या किया, एक शटर डाल दिया, उसको पेंट कर दिया ऊपर से नीचे तक और उतना ही फोटोग्राफ लिया हुआ है. बाकी का पीछे क्या है, अंदर क्या है, पीछे क्या चल रहा है, no one knows. And this is how the value of that property was escalated. Assumed कि कैसे हो सकता है fraudulent transaction. अब उसका वैल्यूएशन 2 लाख भी नहीं होगा और 20 लाख का कर दिया. Why? Because factory premises है. तो वो क्रॉप हो गया है पीछे का इमेज पूरा. सिर्फ द फ्रंट एंट्री डोर दैट इज ओनली क्लिक्ड. ओके. Then second entity is a trading office. Specifically, we are talking about investment banking professionals. where salespeople will be developing new eligible trading relationships with the clients and allow them or manage their own onboarding process for the new accounts, including signing of legal collaterals and so on. Middle office, typically it will be responsible for risk and valuation measures. Now see, one of the important responsibilities of the middle office is to cross check whether the valuations which are provided as collateral by the front office for their respective clients are accurate or not. तो ये 2 लाख का 20 लाख नहीं हो गया है ना, वो चेक करने का काम है मिडल ऑफिस का. ठीक है, one of the crucial roles, and that is why that risk management role is also being offered by the IB companies for this particular purpose. Okay. Legal department, they will be conducting negotiations or drafting any agreements, enforcing collateral and margin agreements, including initiation of collections and lawsuits. Valuation team, the group also focuses on valuing the illiquid or exotic collateral and underlying trade positions which must be collateralized. Typically, this type of collaterals and deals are thinly traded rather than liquid exchange traded instruments. If any illiquid asset is an illiquid asset, कौन हो सकता है या कौन सा हो सकता है? illiquid. हाँ, तो illiquid कौन सा हो सकता है? Immediately नहीं होगा, ठीक है.
Cash तो liquid है, that is liquid.
The goodwill of the company. बैलेंस शीट में जब मैं अगर गुडविल या ब्रांड वैल्यू ऑफ द कंपनी दिखाता हूँ, वैल्यूएशंस बढ़ा रहा हूँ ना मेरी कंपनी का, बेसिकली जो आजकल के स्टार्टअप्स कर रहे हैं. $10 million का स्टार्टअप है, $1 million का है, यूनिकॉर्न स्टार्टअप है, ये सब क्या है? मतलब एक्चुअली इतना बिजनेस तो हुआ नहीं है उनका, एंड स्टिल दे आर बीइंग वैल्यूड. I think I don't know whether I've shared that case of Beijus का ग्रुप में नहीं डाला है ना मैंने, Beijus story. Okay, ऑलरेडी पता नहीं कितने $1 million का वैल्यूएशन करते करते ऊपर एस्केलेट करके लेके गए हुए हैं. Bigger challenge for the companies now is they are spending more on the marketing thing or any strategic acquisition. Say for example, आकाश को उन्होंने एक्वायर कर लिया है, right? Now in that particular case उनको ये पता चल गया है कि ऑफलाइन क्लासेस का जो पैटर्न है स्पेसिफिकली फॉर IIT प्रिपरेशंस, वो ठीक है, वहां पे मॉडल उनका अच्छा चल रहा है. But if Byju is trying to establish themselves as an offline platforms everywhere in the cities, it is going to be difficult for them, क्योंकि एक लेवल ऑफ सैचुरेशन होता है. टायर 1 के कुछ सिलेक्टिव स्टूडेंट्स, those who are actually studying from that वो 3rd 4th स्टैंडर्ड से लेकर जो भी 9th 10th वाला उनका जो पैटर्न है, या 11th 12th जो भी है, तो प्रॉब्लम क्यों आ रहा है उनको? क्योंकि हाई फीस आर बीइंग एक्चुअली मेड बाय देम, या तो प्रोडक्ट के चार्जेस ज्यादा है. So the parents are already paying 1.5 lakh rupees for the schools and other tuitions, right? And in extra, you are already charging 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees for the students for all these platforms. So ये possible नहीं है. In the current scenario, if you consider the highest range of this particular households will be belonging to middle class and the lower middle class and the lower class. Upper class के लिए ठीक है, और वो भी selective, but they will not be interested to take Byju's then. ठीक है, तो Byju's के लिए अब बड़ा सा एक बबल बनने जा रहा है. I'm not sure whether it will sustain in the long term or not, based on this valuations I'm talking about. Okay, बिजनेस कर रहे हो वो अलग बात है, लेकिन बिजनेस का वो फिर प्रॉफिट भी तो उतना होना चाहिए ना. अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि आज मेरी कंपनी का वैल्यू $100 million है, तो माय नेट लिक्विड कैश अवेलेबल विथ मी हैज टू बी $100 million, और आफ्टर सेलिंग ऑल द लिक्विड एसेट्स इट हैज टू बी $100 million. ब्रांड वैल्यू या गुडविल का अगर मैं लिख देता हूँ $100 million, इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क. दिस इज वन ऑफ द मेजर चैलेंजेस नॉट ओनली फेस्ड बाय Byju's, बट आई थिंक इवन अनअकैडमी आल्सो. नाम सुना हुआ है? Okay. Accounting and finance teams, of course, they will be working out specifically to manage the P&L transactions on the collaterals posted and received. So ये आपका actually operational role की बात हो रही है. So if you are selected for this particular role of collateral, then definitely you will be performing this accounting and finance department. Okay, or you will be working in this particular team. Okay. Third party services, if required, calculations on the spreadsheets and dedicated softwares, delivering and receiving the collaterals, running the collateral operations, maintaining customers and security data, and so on. Third party service providers, okay, ठीक है, अगर वो जरूरत पड़ती है तो, unless and until if there are any inbuilt software platforms wherein all the collateral entries have to be managed for different clients. Okay, so this is a typical collateral management framework we can see. Specifically from the IB banking perspective we are talking about. So this is your product data, market data, legal agreements, client data, process, operational level पे processing होगा, accounting होगा, settlement होगा, एक्सपोजर ट्रेड कैप्चर दैट यू आर डूइंग ऑलरेडी, एंड कोलेटरल मैनेजमेंट यहाँ पे आएगा पूरा, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे सब चीज मेंशन होगा कि कितने अमाउंट का लायबिलिटीज है, अगेंस्ट व्हाट टाइप ऑफ कोलेटरल्स आर प्रोवाइडेड, व्हाट इफ अगर आप कोई ऐसा बॉन्ड्स या ऐसा कुछ मेंशन करते हो तो अगेन यू हैव टू मेंशन देयर एक्सपायरी डेट्स एंड द कूपन्स दैट यू विल बी रिसीविंग ओवर दैट, और वो सब मेंशन करना पड़ेगा। तो दिस इज मोर ऑफ लाइक अ कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल नोट फॉर दैम, व्हिच आर द डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ रिस्क faced by this particular collaterals. Of course, market risk. Why? Change in the interest rates for the bond markets. Credit risk, so credit value or the credit default challenges for the client. Liquidity risk. Liquidity risk will specifically arise when there is an imbalance either in the capital market or bond markets. Operational risk, अगर system failure हो रहा है back end में, ठीक है, गलती से कुछ अलग एंट्री कर दिया और यहाँ पे आपने कोलेटरल आपको वैल्यूएशन दिखाना था 10,000 रुपीज का और दिखा दिया गलती से 1 लाख रुपीज का, तो पूरा सिस्टम तब तक के लिए वो हैंग हो जाएगा या होल्ड अप के लिए चला जाएगा। एंड लीगल रिस्क, ऑफ कोर्स लीगल रिस्क इज डेफिनेटली योर डायरेक्ट लीगल बैटल्स that are being directly fought between the clients and the counterparties. Okay, so just write down the different risk factors involved in the collateral management. The different risk factors involved in collateral management are market risk, credit risk, liquidity risk, operational risk, and legal risk. Yeah, done. Okay. Okay, that is fine. This is not important. Now, the types of the collaterals which can be provided, we have already discussed: liquid cash, mortgage-backed securities, corporate bonds, government securities, letter of credit, equity, real estate properties, gold or any other heavy metals, and other securities. What are mortgage-backed securities?
Property case, on property.
Real estate. Okay. Okay. What is letter of credit?
Letter of credit is mostly exports and imports. The bank provides guarantee that the payment would be done and the letter of credit is sent to them. Because like shipments take time to reach, so that's why they are taking that guarantee that the payment would be done even if there is
Correct.
issue.
Correct. Correct. Okay. See, basically letter of credit definitely, as mentioned, will be used in your exports. Okay, क्योंकि आपका client बैठा होगा कहीं रशिया में, यूएस में, यूके में, कहीं पे, ठीक है। Now say for example, if any goods are being transported from that particular client to any our particular business partner or business entity in India, okay, उसने सामान तो भेज दिया, goods products वहां से भेज दिया है, लेकिन पेमेंट भी तो चला जाना चाहिए। अब ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मतलब बाजू में मुंबई की तरह कि चलो लेट मी गो टू इंडिया एंड कलेक्ट माई पेमेंट, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, राइट, टेक्निकली। तो व्हाट ही इज आस्किंग इज कि rather than you make the payment, I will be what I as a business entity, what I will be doing is against a set of securities which will be having an amount equal to that amount of the bill that I have to pay to that particular client. Okay, that much amount I'll be taking a guarantee from the bank. Okay, bank क्या करेगा, कोलेटरल के तौर पे जो प्रोडक्ट्स आने वाली है या फिर एग्जिस्टिंग जो मेरी प्रॉपर्टीज या कोई गुड्स वगैरह जो या वेयरहाउस है या जो कुछ भी है वो मॉर्गेज करेगा। सो से फॉर एग्जांपल I have actually bought 10 lakh rupees का goods from that particular client of US, ठीक है, bank will be mortgaging 10 lakh rupees through different forms of collateral such as say for example liquid cash or gold या real estate properties या anything else, right? Then bank के पास भी वो security आ गया है now, ठीक है, bank will be making the payment on my behalf to that client, okay, so that कि मतलब जो क्लाइंट है उसको तो भरोसा रहेगा, क्योंकि मेरे ऊपर अगर उसको भरोसा है या नहीं है वो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बट सिंस द बैंक इज अ फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन बैक्ड बाय द गवर्नमेंट, डेफिनेटली ही इज गोइंग टू ट्रस्ट दैट पर्टिकुलर एंटिटी, ठीक है। तो जैसे मुझे प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह जो कुछ भी मिल जाएगा, पेमेंट विल बी इमीडिएटली ट्रांसफर्ड बाय द बैंक इनटू द अकाउंट ऑफ दैट क्लाइंट इन यूएस, एंड दैट विल बी इन टर्म्स ऑफ डॉलर्स एंड नॉट इन इंडियन रुपीज। बट मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज वी हैव टू लॉक the exchange rate of dollars during the time of transaction, क्योंकि कितना टाइम लगेगा बीच में वो पता नहीं है, इसलिए तो it cannot be a fluctuating, कोई भी आप नहीं ले सकते हो। That is an example of letter of credit. Okay, so these are the different assets or any other instruments which can be used in the collateral transactions. Collateral management is of course the technique which guides the counterparty on the terms and aspects of collateral transactions to be undertaken. It defines the granting, verifying and advising policies for the participants to lower counterparty default risk. And efficient collateral management will include the following features. Definitely we have seen risk management, capital adequacy. Acha, write down one assignment. What is capital adequacy ratio? CAR. What is capital adequacy ratio? Second, what is asset liability management? ALM. What is capital adequacy ratio and what is asset liability management? Okay, right. So now the reasons of the credit default, collateral we have already seen. Credit risk, derivatives exposure and risk management. Credit risk we have already seen. Primary reason for undertaking collateral is to overcome the credit defaults or the debt defaults, and also overcome the currency risk. Reduction of the exposure in order to do more business. Derivatives exposure, improving market accessibility by collateralization of derivative securities. So basically यहाँ पे आप swap agreements करते हो या फिर hedge करते हो या कोई भी ऐसा trading आप जो लेते हो उसको protect करने के लिए भी आप collateral का use कर सकते हो. Risk management, reduction in the portfolio risk or capital adequacy, reducing the operational risk as well in the entire transaction process. Parties we have seen: credit analysis team, front office, middle office, back office, legal department, valuation teams. So yes, whenever the question comes, which are the participants of your collateral management or collateral processes, make sure of at least naming this particular. और यहाँ पे ये नाम तो please mention करना valuation का, क्योंकि वो backbone है of that entire collateral management. Okay. After that comes your accounting team, and then comes your legal department. These are the three major entities. वो lender, borrower, intermediary ठीक है, but ये तीन नाम बोलना जरूरी है उसके साथ. Okay.
फॉरेन एक्सचेंज जब हम करते हैं तो भी कोलेटरल का यूज कर सकते हैं।
ट्रेड में हाँ कर सकते हो, अगर ज्यादा मार्जिन चाहिए तो प्लेज करते हैं ना इक्विटीज को, इक्विटीज प्लेजिंग इज अ टाइप ऑफ या कोलैटरल ओनली। कभी कभी वो प्रोमोटर्स प्लेज करते हैं टू गेट मोर लायबिलिटीज अगेंस्ट दैट। वो न्यूज में अगर कहीं पे पढ़ा हो तो कंपनीज प्रोमोटर्स हैव बीन प्लेज्ड देयर पर्टिकुलर शेयर्स, हाँ तो वो वही है। Credit default swap, I don't, I'm not in credit default swap में these third entities coming into the picture to support that to provide the collaterals rather. यहाँ पे तो I am only taking the collateral from you, ठीक है। वहाँ पे क्या था, पार्टी बी तो प्रोवाइड नहीं कर रहा था, तो पार्टी सी has come to provide the collateral so that party B defaults, then party will repay it. हो गया आपका स्टार्ट, कैसा चल रहा है? ट्रेनिंग चल रही है, कौन सा रिकंसिलिएशन नहीं रेफर आरडीएम है, सॉरी हाँ। व्हाट आर द टाइमिंग्स? 6 to 2:30 और कैब फैसिलिटी है। ओके अच्छा, आज सुबह 4 बजे होंगे फिर। अच्छा अभी कोई लाइव प्रोजेक्ट नहीं होगा, फिर ट्रेनिंग ही चल रहा है। आप लोगों का लास्ट टॉपिक है ना ये, देन योर फाइनल मार्क्स है ना आप लोगों के, तो फिर सॉरी लेवल 2 नॉट फाइनल, हाँ आई थिंक देन तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली आपका खत्म हो जाएगा जुलाई में ही शायद। फिर लेवल 3 का भी ठीक है, 2 जनरल टॉपिक्स ही है आपका, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंस। आप लोगों ने कोई भी इंटरव्यू अभी तक दिया है कि कोई भी नहीं दिया है? एक भी नहीं दिया है, गए ही नहीं हो कोई भी इंटरव्यू देने? आज भी है, आज भी लोग गए हुए हैं। हाँ सेकंड है, आज सैटरडे है ना, आज भी है। दिस इज आई थिंक द थर्ड वॉक इन दैट इज हैपनिंग। कितना हायरिंग चल रहा है वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा बीएनवाई वाले में।
सेम प्रोजेक्ट पे जो होंगे
नहीं हाँ मतलब कंपनी सेम नहीं, पोजीशंस अलग होगा शायद, डिपार्टमेंट विल वेरी डेफिनेटली। वो सिबॉप 9 पूरा रिजेक्ट हो गया था बैच इन दैट एएक्सए में। हाँ आप अकेले सिलेक्ट हुए हो वहाँ पे, जो आपके साथ उस दिन थे ना वहाँ पे उस टाइम पे। ओके सिबॉप 9 के I think till yesterday 7 selects have happened in Northern Trust now. Northern Trust में 7 लोगों का हुआ, yeah. Mix both we can say. Northern Trust 7, 1 SG Analytics from Sibop 10 and 3 into XR including her. चालू है ओपनिंग्स तो, बहुत रिक्रूटमेंट चल रहा है अभी तो। अभी आई थिंक सिटको का एक्चुअली आप लोगों का अभी एलिजिबल नहीं है ना, इसलिए अगर अदरवाइज यू कैन गो इनटू एनी वॉक-इन्स में डेफिनेटली यू कैन गो एंड ट्राई, बट वही है ना वो भीड़ भाड़ वाला इशू आ रहा है अभी। सिटको का मतलब ऑलरेडी आ चुका है, बट आप लोगों को अभी का वो सुपर सेट में नहीं प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं, सुपर सेट बिकॉज यू हैव नॉट कंप्लीटेड द कोर्स ना, इनका तो बैच खत्म हो गया है सिबॉप 9-10। आप जा सकते हो, ऐसा नहीं कि आप जा ही नहीं सकते हो वहाँ पे। फिर वही है कि टाइमिंग लाइक इफ यू गो इन द मॉर्निंग इन 9 AM एंड रिटर्न बैक 6-7 PM, अगर वो कंसिडरिंग द अमाउंट ऑफ क्राउड दैट इज कमिंग, अगर 15 मिनट का भी एक इंटरव्यू चलता है और कम से कम अगर 100 लोग भी मान लेते हो, 1500 मिनट्स डिवाइडेड बाय 60 कितना आवर्स हुआ? 20 घंटे जो ऑलमोस्ट हो गया, अब 20 घंटे से ज्यादा हो गया। तो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द चैलेंज फॉर देम एज वेल। वो इतना आसान तो नहीं होगा, बट हाँ
सर वो GD राउंड हो गया ना उसमें।
नहीं GD नहीं है, नो GD। आपका एप्टीट्यूड तो सिर्फ BNY मेलन में है डायरेक्टली, अदरवाइज 2 to 3 टेक्निकल्स एंड 1 HR, बस वही है पैटर्न। वाई? बिकॉज 1500 लोग को फिल्टर भी तो करना है, 50% मुझे निकाल ही देना है, तो कैसे कट डाउन करूंगा? तो दैट कैन नॉट हैपन थ्रू टेक्निकल राउंड, इट कैन ओनली हैपन थ्रू सच राउंड्स, राइट?
आप बोले थे ना सर
BNY में नहीं हुआ है कोई। BNY में सिमरन रिजेक्टेड हुई, लेकिन शी गॉट सिलेक्टेड इन नॉर्दर्न ट्रस्ट, ऐसा है। वो अपडेट्स कल ही आए हुए, तो आई हैवंट क्रॉस चेक्ड।
7 लोग सिलेक्ट।
बट शायद आपका एक सेशन होगा, आई थिंक सिबॉक 44 विल बी देयर, 45 का भी शायद होगा, एंड 46 कंबाइंड एक सेशन होगा रिलेटेड टू प्लेसमेंट्स ओनली। नो नॉट टुडे। अच्छा, वो अक्षता मैम का है ना, वो दैट इज अ डिफरेंट वन। वो तो नॉर्मली जो अपडेट्स उनको देने, वो दिस विल बी फ्रॉम माय साइड, ठीक है, बाकी लोगों के लिए। ओके, बिकॉज 2-3 चीजें डिस्कस करनी है वहां पे, लेट्स सी हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू मूव अबाउट। बट प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आपकी वो टाइमिंग सब लोगों की सेट नहीं हो रही है, ज्यादातर सैटरडे कोई अवेलेबल ही नहीं रहता है, ऐसा है ना, कोई तो इश्यूज चल रहा है। हाँ, इसीलिए, हाँ, तो अगर होता है तो भी या तो संडे रखना पड़ेगा। हाँ, तो वही एक प्लान कर रहे हैं। बाकी सब बैचेस का कैसे एक ही टाइम पे क्राउड कर सकते हैं, वो दैट इज वी आर फाइनली डूइंग, ठीक है। ओके, so how the collateral trade will be established? Identifying a new client, credit analysis you have to check। कैसे चेक करते हैं? नॉर्मली जैसे हम अपना सिबिल स्कोर चेक करते हैं, उस टाइप का कोई मैकेनिज्म होगा। Agreeing to appropriate agreements or the terms and conditions mentioned over there. Base currency which is being provided, if it is like the letter of credit, so base currency, say for example Indian rupees, and your any other quoted currency can be US dollars or any other one. Timing of delivery, अगर बॉन्ड्स या ऐसा कुछ दिया हुआ है तो 1 साल के बाद अगर वो एक्सपायर हो रहा है तो उसका का आपका मेंशन करना पड़ेगा वहां पे। इंटरेस्ट रेट पेएबल, what is the interest rate or the coupon rate which will be provided on the collateral, right? So collateral 46 and 44 दोनों, हाँ 46 है ना, ये कौन सा, ये क्या था? अच्छा, हाँ हाँ, यहाँ पे 44 ऑनवर्ड्स का है फॉर नेम एंड सिग्नेचर। रेपो एग्रीमेंट्स एंड क्लियरिंग एंड सेटलमेंट, that will be done, of course। clearing settlement आपको पता है, normally we have seen in the trade life cycle। process in the collateral management will be creating a new collateral relationship with the clients, identifying new clients by the sales team, same process is repeated, negotiating with them on the conditions of the collateral। वो ऐसे नहीं बोल सकता है कि नहीं मैं सिर्फ 60% ही आपको कोलेटरल प्रोवाइड करूंगा या फिर 70% ही आपको कोलेटरल प्रोवाइड करूंगा, इट हैज टू बी 100% नियरली, ओके। Implementing the new agreements, initializing collateral is exchange, and front office will be beginning the trades, okay। Okay, now as per the agreement or the terms condition mentioned, one of the counterparty will be acting as a custodian for all the cash and securities, or even a third party custodian can be hired. It is essential to maintain separate accounts for the collateral clients. The custodian will be managing the collateral inflows and outflows, counterparty payments, interest calculations, haircuts, dividends, coupon payments, and so on, as well as carry out accounting and reporting. So normally एक आप third party भी hire कर सकते हो to ensure proper clearing and settlement, to ensure accounting of all the collateral transactions, and also to ensure that collateral जो जिस हिसाब से आपका manage हो रहा है throughout the trade life cycle वो effectively manage हो रहा है. Why? Because say for example अगर उसने bond या ऐसा कोई fixed income security दिया हुआ है जिसकी expiry date से for example after 6 months है, so after 6 months you have to again renew the contract in the case of the collateral if he is actually taking the loan amount to वो extend कर रहा है अपना loan period. ठीक है? So definitely in the case of an extension of a loan period, a new contract has to be renewed. And this is not important. This is fine substitutions. Yeah. Now write down just one question from the perspective of mocks and interviews. What can be the disputes in the case of collateral? What can be the disputes in the case of collateral? So just write down the 4 different dispute names over there: ineligible collateral, payment delays, valuation disagreements, and portfolio mismatches. So what are ineligible collaterals? So the losing any attempts to post the securities with the quality of the collateral has dropped below the required threshold value. Ineligible collateral मतलब अगर मैंने ऐसा कोई collateral provide किया गया है, say for example basically your equities जिसका portfolio का जो value था at the time of providing वो 1 lakh rupees था, लेकिन after 2 months or 3 months of time just because the markets got corrected वो portfolio का value अभी हो गया 70,000. तो 30,000 का जो gap है that will result into ineligible collateral. So in that case, I have to pay an additional amount of 30,000 rupees as liquid cash or any other extra security to complete that collateral transaction. समझ में आया? Any doubts in this? जहाँ पे fluctuating values है collateral में, उसकी वजह से ये issue हो रहा है. तो equities की अगर हमने portfolio surrender किया हुआ है, या even your gold that you have surrendered, gold का इतना prices एक साथ तो नहीं जाएगा, but say for example crash हो गया 5-6 हजार रुपए, so definitely it will come down. Okay. Second, payment delays. So the most common type of disputes where either the delays will be taking place in the margin payments. Now payment delays can be taking place related to your liabilities that you have taken. So basically the interest that the liable borrower has to pay on regular time, basically your EMIs or any other things, if that is not happening, definitely it will result into delay. Valuation disagreements. Valuation disagreement definitely can happen. पहले मैनेजर ने फ्रॉड कर दिया, उसका ट्रांसफर हो गया, दूसरा मैनेजर आया, उसने पूरा कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल डॉक्यूमेंट वापस देखा कि यहाँ पे तो सिर्फ 2 लाख का वैल्यूएशन है और कर दिया 20 लाख रुपीज, डेफिनेटली a disagreement will come. Okay, and then it will be difficult for him to even manage and showcase कि इसको कैसे हैंडल किया जाए. पैसा तो दे दिया होगा बैंक ने 20 लाख रुपए, अब उसको रिकवर करना डिफिकल्ट हो रहा है, तो बैंक का तो क्या हो गया, विजय माल्या केस टाइप हो गया, डिफॉल्ट ही हो जाएगा पूरा केस. ठीक है. Fourth one, portfolio mismatch. So the missing trades are not included in the portfolio, which creates net exposure calculation differences. This is quite common, especially where the front office has failed to properly enter trades at one of the counterparties. So अगर आपने portfolio जब आप submission के time पे अगर वो कोई particular equity का value या equity details वहाँ trade life cycle के execution के time पे specifically for the middle office mention नहीं किया है और miss out हो गया है, so there will be a collapse or the clash between the front office office personnel as well as your middle office personnel. Procedure of the collateral dispute. So check the collateral value using the market data either through foreign exchange rates or interest rates and the bond prices. Ensure the credit support annexures covers the underlying security. Verify net collateral requirements vis-a-vis different threshold values and confirm the rounding amounts as per the agreements. So in order to resolve the collateral disputes, it is more important that you constantly check the foreign exchange rates, interest rates and the bond prices. वहां पे आपको लाइव मार्केट्स के हिसाब से डेटा चेक करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. Second, ensuring credit support annexure so that it will make sure that all the terms and conditions are correctly provided and managed by the working professionals. Third, it will be important to confirm that the equity value is not changed over the period of time and it is remaining as equal to the loan amount during the first step of the transaction. That means अगर 10 लाख रुपए का लोन लिया था उस टाइम पे आपने इक्विटी पोर्टफोलियो दिया हुआ है तो वो 10 लाख रुपए का ही वैल्यू का पोर्टफोलियो होना चाहिए इवन आफ्टर अ say for example time frame of 6 months. Then carry out any price change analysis which is also known as a variation analysis so that if any valuation में कोई change आया है तो आपको पता चलेगा. What is variation? Variation analysis क्या होता है? जो fluctuation हुआ है प्राइस में, तो 10 लाख का जो कोलेटरल आपने सबमिट किया था अब वो पहले 1 साल के बाद 9 लाख हो गया. ठीक है. वापस 2 साल के बाद 5 लाख हो गया, लेकिन आफ्टर थर्ड ईयर इट वेंट टू 15 lakhs. तो कोलेटरल को कैसे मैनेज करोगे उस टाइम पे? गेटिंग द पॉइंट? So this is how that different junction points you have to manage the collateral values. Okay. If still no resolutions, implement formal dispute procedures governed by CSA. Undertake additional third-party courts. Third-party courts वहाँ पे credit default swap आ सकता है. CDS. Okay. Where the third party will be providing the collaterals or they can even make sure of valuing the collateral as well as valuing the company from the credit perspective. ठीक है? Okay. Now just write down the process of collateral management, exposure management, portfolio margining, optimizing collateral, record maintenance, communication and reference data management. RDM will also come over here. This 6 processes. Done. And these are the different operational steps that you will be actually performing while you are working or while you are handling the responsibilities in the IB banks. So capturing the data through the trade life cycle notes, validating it, cracking the deal, carrying out valuation, but that will not be done by you. You will only be required to cross check it. Exposure calculations, okay, portfolio margin calculation, इसका already automatic calculator आता है, ठीक है. Margin call matching, optimizing collateral, settlement and netting effect, and record keeping. Any of these particular functional roles can be offered in the different job roles of collateral अगर डिपार्टमेंट आपको आता है तो, ठीक है. जीरोधा का वो देखा हुआ है क्या किसी ने? मार्जिन कैलकुलेटर किसी ने नहीं देखा? That is also can be considered as a part of your collateral. Why? Because they are trying to control your risk levels. So say for example, फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शंस में अगर आपको मार्जिन देखना है कि कितना मुझे मार्जिन चाहिए, तो इन द केस से फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई वांट टू बाय अ फ्यूचर, राइट नाउ से फॉर एग्जांपल निफ्टी का फ्यूचर मुझे खरीदना है, तो इन दैट केस व्हेयर इज निफ्टी, जुलाई का आएगा ना अब तो. सी द स्पैन मार्जिन इज 83,000, एक्सपोजर कितना है 15,000, तो टोटल अमाउंट विल बी 99,000 रुपीस यू विल रिक्वायर टू बाय जस्ट वन लॉट ऑफ निफ्टी फ्यूचर. ओके, everyone can see. Now इसको मैं कैसे वो कर सकता हूँ? Okay, now in the case, but अगर फ्यूचर है ना, wait, let me have one option. कितना चल रहा है निफ्टी देखना पड़ेगा नहीं. Let's have one sell. I am selling 16,000 call option against my future. hedge हो गया ना, फ्यूचर के अगेंस्ट में कॉल ऑप्शन को मैं सेल कर रहा हूँ. See, actually कितना होना चाहिए then in that case 1,88,000 is the amount that I will require in this transaction. 99,000 for future and selling it a call option will require 89,000, but since it is a hedge I will only require 1,15,000. margin benefit कितना मिला? 73,000 का. Clear? Why? Because अगर future I am assuming the Nifty is going to go up, right? तो निफ्टी बढ़ रहा है बट कॉल ऑप्शन को मैंने सेल किया हुआ है. अगर 16,000 के ऊपर नहीं गया तो जो 200-300 पॉइंट फ्यूचर में देके जाएगा, कॉल ऑप्शन का जो प्रीमियम है वो जीरो हो जाएगा. इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस आई विल बी बेनिफिटिंग इट. लेकिन अगर बहुत बढ़ गया तो निफ्टी फ्यूचर तो वैसे ही प्रॉफिट में है, कॉल ऑप्शन का जो भी प्राइस होगा वो हेज हो जाएगा. अगर नीचे जा रहा है तो कॉल ऑप्शन का जितना प्राइस वैल्यू है उतने अमाउंट तक ही मुझे हेज होगा. बिलो दैट आई विल बी इन लॉस. ठीक है, तो इसलिए this is how this margin is being calculated. Similarly you can even check for your equity stocks. equity stocks में ये सब जो mentioned है ना, ये सभी के norms है. pay 20% upfront margin of the transaction value to trade in cash market segment and so on. Now say for example कितना margin दे रहेंगे? Say for example I have 10,000 rupees cash available, right? 700 rupees आरती इंडस्ट्रीज चल रहा है, बट ये फ्यूचर है ना, कौन सा है? अच्छा ओके ठीक है. See what actually it is doing, 23% margin on an average it is being provided even in the cash equity stocks. What is 23% margin? अगर मेरे पास 1 लाख रुपीस है डीमैट अकाउंट में तो I can buy cash stocks of say for example आरती इंडस्ट्रीज of 1,23,000. ओके, 23% का मुझे एक्स्ट्रा मार्जिन दे रहे हैं यहाँ पे. मेरे पास पैसा तो 1 लाख रुपए ही है, बट स्टिल आई कैन बाय एडिशनल 23,000 ओवर ईयर. वी जस्ट नीड टू चेक कि हाईएस्ट किस में दिया गया है. लोएस्ट इज इन निफ्टी 12%, हाईएस्ट 53% ओएनजीसी में है. मतलब 1 लाख रुपए है तो 1,53,000 तक आप एक्स्ट्रा बाय कर सकते हो. बट ओएनजीसी अभी खरीदने का कोई मतलब नहीं है, कल ही क्रैश हो गया है. व्हाट वाज द रीजन? Export prices, yeah, duty, was imposed, yeah, excess duty, yes. Reliance, ONGC, and few others, right? All the petroleum basically stocks. Okay. So यहाँ पे, this is how your hedging is also working, your margin is also working, and your collateral is also working. All the concepts are combined in this transaction. Market नहीं गिरेगा. If you have seen yesterday, Reliance क्या है? सबसे heavy weight है निफ्टी में. And निफ्टी was stable yesterday. अगर निफ्टी में रिलायंस 8% गिर रहा है और निफ्टी को रिलायंस कभी कभी ऐसे 8% गिर जाता है, निफ्टी ऑटोमेटिकली गोज डाउन टू 100-200 पॉइंट्स. लेकिन बाकी सब लोग स्टेबल थे. तो समथिंग एल्स इज वर्किंग, या समवन वाज मैनेजिंग द निफ्टी इंडेक्स इन देयर ओन वे. मैनिपुलेटेड अच्छा किया हुआ है कल. ठीक है. ओके, यू कैन जस्ट गो थ्रू द डिफरेंट टर्म्स इन द कोलेटरल मैनेजमेंट. जैसे एड ऑन है या कॉल अमाउंट है, प्लेज, मार्जिन, ये सब not important. Just go through it once in your PDF. Okay, if any doubts let me know in that case, because ये पूछा भी नहीं जाएगा और इसका यूज भी नहीं है कहीं पे. Okay, so I'm just going a little bit fast into it. Yeah, now types of collateral agreement can be a bi-party. Bi-party means where an agreement is taking place between two different entities. It can be for rehypothecation. What is hypothecation first? Hypothecation क्या होता है? नहीं, वो तो ठीक है, बट पहले क्या किया जाता है? व्हाट इज हाइपोथिकेशन? बैंक वाला कौन है? वही तो था. हाइपोथिकेशन नाम नहीं सुना है? किया होगा डेफिनेटली.
Sir, hypothecation is a type of charge which can be created for immovable properties.
Okay. And what is the purpose?
As a collateral, no, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, as a collateral, to yeah, of course, hypothecation is the step that is followed during the time of collateral management only. एक डॉक्यूमेंट होगा, ठीक है, वो फ्रैंकिंग कराने के लिए बैंक आपको बोलेगी टू अ रिस्पेक्टिव बैंकिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन. वो दूसरी बैंक होगी जहाँ पे आपका वो फ्रैंकिंग होगा. एंड हाइपोथिकेशन मतलब इट इज मोर ऑफ लाइक अ लियन. ओके, आपका एसेट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा उस टाइम पे. ठीक है, व्हाई? बिकॉज इट इज अ कोलैटरल ओवर देयर. ठीक है, यू कैन नॉट.
No, sir. The difference between lien and hypothecation is lien is the usually we mark lien on FD receipts and all. So when we guys are marking lien, that means that is in bank custody. But when we guys are talking about hypothecation, that means the customer itself is using that kind of asset, and then also the hypothecation charge is levied on that.
Yeah, so the bank will not allow him to sell that particular asset, right?
Yes, but it is in the custody with customer only, sir.
Custody, yeah, custody of the customer. Yes. Yeah, so basically अगर आप किसी ने कभी वो ऑटो के पीछे या फिर सम फैक्ट्री के आसपास वहां पे वो लिखा होगा hypothecated with so and so bank, so that particular asset is already being used by the customer in the case, but again that is also working, that asset is already itself working as a collateral in the transaction. Okay, बट अगर वो वापस रिन्यू करना है या फिर आपको वापस दूसरा कोई ट्रांजेक्शन करना है और कोलेटरल ऐड करना है तो वापस रीहाइपोथिकेशन आपको करना पड़ेगा. Tri-party collateral agreement is a third party will be involved, and that can act as an intermediary over here, which is a custodian bank or also the safekeeper of the collateral for the lender, and also assist in transferring the funds. Now see, tri-party का एक रोल ये है कि आपका custodian के रूप में वो काम करेगा, वो that is fine. Another can be your credit default swap also. CDS, जहाँ पे वो that AIG was actually helping party A and party B to ensure a proper swap over there in the video that we have seen, right? Repurchase agreements, an agreement where one party who is a repo seller will be selling the securities to another party who is a repo buyer, and later re-enters into the agreement to repurchase the security at a later date in the future with predetermined date. We have already seen the repurchase agreements. ठीक है? Okay, these are the definitions. If you just want to go through what is rehypothecation, the first sentence in both the cases, in rehypothecation as well as in your tripartite collateral management, you can just go through the definitions. Okay. Okay, services provided by the tri-party managers नहीं है, वो tri-party entity होना चाहिए, or the third party which is acting in the transaction. So what are the services offered by them? Securities lending escrow account, एक escrow account create कर सकते हैं for the case of collateral, holding securities, back, mark to market margin, substitution of the securities, collateral eligibility testing, margin calls, asset servicing, trust services and technologies. What are the benefits? Of course, your overhead cost will be reduced. Better servicing and technologies, higher trading volumes, diversifications. That is fine. ये जरूरत नहीं है इसकी. Basically, your investment banking companies are working as a tri-party service provider. Okay. Okay. What are repo agreements? We have seen a two-sided transaction involving the first party to sell their particular securities so that in the future they can repurchase them from the buyers. But they have to pay either a certain amount of interest or a certain amount of appreciation in the entire transaction. In the event if they turn default, then the buyer of those securities gets the right to sell those securities in the future. अगर वो लोन रिपे नहीं कर पा रहा है, तो जो सिक्योरिटी जो बायर है, वो उसको वो राइट मिल जाएगा to sell the securities and get his principal amount back. Is it clear? Advantages, disadvantages are nominal one. कोई ज्यादा important नहीं है यहाँ पे. Okay, now as we have already seen the different risk in the collateral transactions, कौन से थे? Operational risk, settlement risk, market and liquidity risk, legal risk, concentration and correlation risk. These were the different risk factors that were involved over here, right? Now, to manage that particular risk factors, you need to have a risk management framework, one, or risk mitigation strategies at the workplace, right? So, सबसे पहले कौन सा है? Operational risk. What are the operational risks? Say, for example, collateral management is evolving process and different processes are continuously added. It could lead to the staff not being trained properly. So say for example, training का issues आ सकता है. अगर training provide नहीं किया गया कि मुझे कैसे इस risk को handle करना है, तो उसको कैसे पता चलेगा कि मुझे कैसे इसको escalate करना है या कैसे इसको resolve करना है. One thing. Second, documentation अगर आपका prepared नहीं है, what will documentation comprise of? All the line of series of action of items that has to be followed to avoid these risk factors. Okay. Third, ethical issues. तो ethical issues वो 2 लाख 20 लाख वाला example is very clear. Okay, valuation था 2 लाख का 20 लाख का कर दिया, तो ethical challenges होगा ना future में organization के लिए अगर वो loan recover नहीं हुआ 20 lakhs का तो. Fourth, technological risk. So in the case if the technology is not supporting one and everyone is having different portals within the organization, तो front office कुछ data भेज रहा है, middle office कुछ data manage कर रहा है और back office के पास तो कुछ अलग ही reporting में आ रहा है. So how will they actually work together on a single common platform unless and until they do not have a particular specific technology which is being used, right? आपको कोई software या technological platform कौन सा है वहाँ पे अभी? But कौन सा कोई idea है? ACE करके है. Okay. So any other such software can be used. Okay. We have already seen the example of SAP. SAP का हमने जो snapshot देखा था, तो वहाँ पे you already got a fair bit of idea about how all these things are working in the system. तो हर कोई कंपनी का अलग-अलग सॉफ्टवेयर रहता है for reporting, for recording the transactions, for accounting, for bookkeeping, for managing the P&L, and also for overcoming all these technological challenges. Okay. तो अगर मुझे ट्रेनिंग का चैलेंज ओवरकम करना है तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? प्रोवाइड प्रोसेस एंड टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग टू द वर्किंग स्टाफ, अपडेट द ट्रेनिंग मैनुअल्स, मेंटेन प्रॉपर प्रोसेसिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स, एंड डॉक्यूमेंट शुड बी एक्सेसिबल. एक्सेसिबल मतलब वो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि सिर्फ सीनियर लेवल के पास वो हार्ड कॉपी होगा या फिजिकल कॉपी या ऐसा होगा. इट हैज टू बी अ सॉफ्ट कॉपी अवेलेबल टू ऑल द पीपल वर्किंग इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. एथिकल चैलेंजेस, ऑफ कोर्स एवरीवन हैज टू बी ट्रेन्ड ऑन द कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट. टेक्नोलॉजिकल आपका क्या हो सकता है? हाई लेवल ऑफ ऑटोमेशन और एनी अदर न्यू सॉफ्टवेयर मॉड्यूल्स कैन बी यूज्ड. सेटलमेंट रिस्क क्या हो सकता है? Settlement risk is inborn trade in the collateral management, as there is always the risk of a counterparty defaulting. Since the counterparty is always secured, but it could lead to other broader implications. So settlement risk has to be carried out. Now see, settlement कैसा होता है? 3 तरह के settlement risk हमने trade life cycle में देखे थे. First, client आपको ये बोल रहा है कि please execute my transaction. I will repay that amount after 2 to 3 days. लेकिन अगर उसने वो रीपे नहीं किया तो पूरा ट्रांजेक्शन ट्रेड लाइफ साइकिल में चॉकअप हो जाएगा। ठीक है। सेकंड, डेटा मिसमैच बिटवीन योर फ्रंट ऑफिस एंड मिडल ऑफिस। ओके, यहाँ पे 10,000 था, गलती से एक जीरो ऑपरेशनली गलत टाइप हो गया, 1 लाख मिलियन डॉलर्स हो गया। तो जस्ट इमेजिन द अमाउंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कैलकुलेशंस गलत जो होगा वहां पे। ठीक है। एंड थर्ड, फाइनल रिकंसिलिएशन, हम रिकंसिलिएशन अभी देखेंगे आज। जब आप कैलकुलेट करते हो तब आपको पता चलता है कहीं पे तो 2 या 3 एंट्री का डेटा कहीं तो मिसमैच हुआ है, तो पूरा मंथ का आपको वापस एंट्री बाय एंट्री चेक करना पड़ेगा, just to ensure that all the credit and debit entries are clearly settled in the books of accounts of your client. Okay? कोई है सीए वाला या सीए का प्रिपरेशन किसी ने किया हो ऐसा कुछ? था तो वो पेंसिल लेके एंट्री बाय एंट्री चेक करते थे, राइट? हाँ, ऑडिट के लिए, राइट? इफ एनी एंट्री इज मिसिंग क्या करते थे उस टाइम पे? हाँ, पूरा, राइट? द सेम प्रोसीजर यहाँ सेटलमेंट में होता है। सेटलमेंट इज व्हाट? बेसिकली ऑल द ट्रांजैक्शंस व्हिच आर बीइंग ट्रेडेड इन डिफरेंट सिक्योरिटीज, तो उसका जो भी अमाउंट आया होगा वही मैनेज करना है आपको। ठीक है। मार्केट एंड लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, कोलेटरल एग्रीमेंट्स आर ऑलवेज प्रोन टू द डिफरेंट मार्केट एंड लिक्विडिटी रिस्क। सपोज देयर इज अ मार्केट क्रैश, इट कुड लीड टू द कोलेटरल बीइंग वैल्यूड फॉर लेस। तो अगर गोल्ड का मार्क जो रेट चल रहा है, कितना चल रहा है अभी? 50, हाँ 50 प्लस वॉट एवर इट इज। अगर 50 से 40 हो गया और वो गोल्ड इज बीइंग प्रोवाइडेड एज अ कोलेटरल, definitely it will be creating a risk from the settlement perspective, right? तो वो handle करना है। Then comes your concentration and correlation risk. What is concentration correlation risk? So collateral management is bound to face concentration risk when it is a particular counterparty has not diversified the portfolio. पूरा 10 लाख रुपए एक रिलायंस के स्टॉक में डाल के रखा हुआ है और वो प्रोवाइड किया गया एज अ कोलेटरल, प्लेजिंग ऑफ द शेयर्स। तो अगर कल रिलायंस कल की तरह गिर गया तो 10 लाख का वैल्यूएशन 8% डाउन, automatically 80,000 rupees will be going off from that particular portfolio. So it is more important that the portfolio जो आप ले रहे हो as a collateral, it has to be well diversified. Okay, diversify मतलब 1 लाख रुपए ITC में होने चाहिए, 1 लाख रुपए रिलायंस में, 1 लाख रुपए इन्फोसिस, 1 लाख रुपए L&T into 10 different stocks, 2 to 3 lakh rupees into debt market instruments, so that in the case of any such changes happening in the transactions, your portfolio will remain more protected. ठीक है। लीगल चैलेंजेस वी हैव डिस्कस्ड, इट कैन बी बिटवीन डिफरेंट लीगल एंटिटीज, योर क्लाइंट वर्सेस योर इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक कंपनीज, और ऐसा एक्चुअल में होता है। आई थिंक रिसेंटली आई हैव हर्ड द केस ऑफ BNY Mellon ओनली, अ पेनल्टी ऑफ समथिंग अराउंड $1 या $10 million हैज बीन इम्पोज्ड बाय द क्लाइंट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस इशू। ठीक है। और BNY Mellon को पे करना पड़ेगा क्लाइंट को जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट लॉस। Okay, I think there are several such issues already there in the market. See, अगर WhatsApp भी यूज कर रहे हैं तो भी $200 million का पेनल्टी लग गया है JP Morgan को। ठीक है, लास्ट ईयर। ये तो इंटरनल कम्युनिकेशन के लिए था। व्हाट इज SEC? कमीशन लेवल 1 में, इफ यू रिमेंबर, राइट? जैसे हमारा सेबी है, ठीक है, तो सेबी चार्जेस BNY Mellon फॉर $1.5 million पेनल्टी। ठीक है। व्हाई? बिकॉज कोई तो ऐसा कोई वहां पे इनकरेक्ट ट्रांजेक्शन हुआ है वहां पे, जस्ट फॉर दैट सेक, मिस स्टेटमेंट्स के लिए किया गया है। तो मिस स्टेटमेंट्स मतलब मिस रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ द डेटा लीडिंग टू फॉल्टी पिक्चर ऑफ द परफॉर्मेंस। ओके, नॉट जस्ट BNY Mellon, आप कोई भी यहाँ पे आप डाल के देख लो, कोई भी बैंक नहीं, इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक, फॉर मॉर्गन स्टैनली। हाँ, उसको भी $60 million as fine to settle a lawsuit by its customers. The investment bank had failed twice to correctly provide data, some of its outdated IT that exposed the customers। अच्छा, ये यहाँ पे साइबर ब्रीच हो गया है, मतलब साइबर सिक्योरिटी का इशू हो गया है, तो डेटा हैज बीन ब्रीच्ड एंड बिकॉज ऑफ व्हिच $60 million का फाइन लग गया था। ठीक है। तो डिफरेंट वेज ऑल दिस पर्टिकुलर क्या बोलते हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकिंग कंपनीज विल बी फेसिंग सच लीगल इश्यूज, एंड डेफिनेटली ये होता है कि उनको पे करना ही पड़ता है, देयर इज नो अदर ऑप्शंस फॉर देम। और प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि वो एक एट अ टाइम वो पे नहीं कर पाते, 5 साल 10 साल का पूरा वो रिस्ट्रक्चर हो जाता है कि अगर से फॉर एग्जांपल $100 million मुझे आपको देने हैं तो $10 million आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू एवरी ईयर। ठीक है, एक ऐसा केस कोई तो इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकिंग का था, एम्प्लॉय से गलती से वो जो पूरा जो डेटाबेस है ऑफ द एंटायर ट्रांजेक्शंस ऑफ द ट्रेड डेटा पूरा डिलीट ही हो गया। ओके, नाउ देयर वाज नो बैकअप, तो एम्प्लॉय को भेज दिया 6 महीने के छुट्टी पर और फाइन लग गया इनको कुछ $50 million का। ओके, प्रॉब्लम $50 million नहीं है, वो डेटा वापस जो बनाना पड़ेगा स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द स्क्रैच, दैट इज मोर डिफिकल्ट। सो प्लीज मेक श्योर दैट व्हेनेवर इवन यू आर वर्किंग इन द कंपनी एक बैकअप रखना कहीं पे। ओके, क्योंकि कैसे डिलीट हो जाएगा वो पता नहीं चलेगा हमको। And portfolio margining risk, so portfolio recalculations and all the things associated with the changes in the value of the portfolio can lead to this. So this more or less completes your collateral management. Okay, reconciliations we will be starting, then we will have just one break and start with the reconciliations. Okay, चाय पी के आ जाओ, सब लोगों को नींद आ रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है। Yeah, online students, we will take one break and then we will reconnect after 20 minutes. Everyone there? सो गए, जाग रहे हो?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You are having a placement intervention at 12:30 today. Yeah, दोनों का 44 and 46. आपका कुछ हो तो देख लेना. Okay, let's quickly complete the reconciliation. Okay. Okay, what is reconciliation? Anyone?
Accounting terms तो पता है.
हाँ वही है यहाँ पे भी मीनिंग चेंज नहीं करेंगे हम. रिकाउंट
क्रेडिट इक्वल नहीं होता तो इधर उधर गलती होती है तो वो स्टार्टिंग से चेक करते हैं.
या so basically it is a control process by which two or more sets of data will be compared, and any discrepancies is if identified or investigated through particular system processes, they need to be resolved, including formal reporting and escalation. So just write down first the definition of what is reconciliation. Okay. A direct definition or a process can be asked if you are applying for that role. Little bit of middle, more of into back, because you need all the data sets. आप किसके साथ compare करोगे? तो front office ने जो भेजा है उसके साथ you need to have either from middle office or from any other external department. That's right. Okay. Done, everyone? Okay. So what basically is reconciliation? पहले सिर्फ concept समझ लो. See, on an average, accounting perspective में क्या था? आपकी multiple accounting entries रहती है, credit, debit. Multiple ledgers will be there वहाँ पे. Ledgers क्या होता है? Single account that you are actually mentioning over there. और last में balance sheet prepare होता है, ठीक है? Now, due to certain reasons, वो आपका जो final figure आता है, either for profit and loss or for individual ledgers, it will be varying. तो आपको लग रहा है कहीं पे गलती हुआ है, लेकिन कहाँ पे हुआ है वो पता नहीं है. ओके. और ये आप कंपैरिजन कैसे करोगे? यू विल बी डायरेक्टली कंपेयरिंग आइदर विथ योर बैंकिंग स्टेटमेंट्स. ठीक है, बैंक स्टेटमेंट में कुछ और दिखा रहा है और आपका जो बैंक स्टेटमेंट का जो पूरा लेजर जो बना हुआ है आपका, बेसिकली टैली यूज होता है या एनी अदर अकाउंटिंग सॉफ्टवेयर, तो वहां पे वो डिफरेंट होगा डेटा. ठीक है. तो बिकॉज ऑफ विच आई नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई विच पर्टिकुलर ट्रांजेक्शन एंट्री इनकरेक्टली पंच हुआ है या इनकरेक्टली मेंशन किया गया है. तो गलती से पता चला कि यहाँ पे 100 लिखना था और मैंने 1000 लिख दिया है, या फिर 567.90 लिखना था और आपने लिख दिया 5679.0. तो वो शिफ्टिंग ऑफ द डेसिमल पॉइंट्स आल्सो कैन रिजल्ट इनटू एरर्स. ओके. समटाइम्स पंचिंग में भी वो एरर्स आते हैं, तो दैट इज व्हाई यू हैव टू रिकंसाइल देम. रिकंसाइल इज बेसिकली edit the wrong transaction entries, structure them the books of accounts again and make sure the data is correct. Only then you can finally submit it for the final report. ठीक है. So this is what reconciliation is about. But यहाँ पे क्या होगा? यहाँ पे accounting entries नहीं होगा. What it will be there? It will be basically your trade transaction entries. तो say for example Reliance के 1000 quantity share purchase की है at 2500 rupees, तो उसका amount आना चाहिए था 2,50,000. लेकिन गलती से किसी ने पंच कर दिया 2550 तो हो गया 25,50,000 का एंट्री डायरेक्टली, वो डिफर हो जाएगा। सिमिलरली योर इंटरेस्ट रेट कैलकुलेशंस फॉर द फिक्स्ड इनकम सिक्योरिटीज, डे काउंट कन्वेंशन 365 यूज करना था, 360 का यूज कर लिया, तो वहां पे भी आपका इंटरेस्ट रेट का डिफर हो जाएगा कैलकुलेशंस। एट द एंड योर एंट्री विल गेट रॉन्ग। थर्ड एग्जांपल कैन बी योर मनी मार्केट बॉन्ड इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, कूपन रेट आपका जो था, जो इशू किया गया था 8.5% पे, आपने गलती से कर दिया 10% या 9.5% या 8.75, वट एवर miscalculations have been carried out, तो because of which your final settled transaction amount, इसमें आपका प्रॉब्लम क्या आएगा, you will never come to know कि क्लाइंट को एक्चुअली ज्यादा पैसा पे करना है या कंपनी को क्लाइंट को ज्यादा पैसा पे करना है, ठीक है, बिकॉज क्रेडिट डेबिट हैज टू बी सेटल्ड एट वन पॉइंट। तो फाइनली जो भी अमाउंट जिसके हिसाब से उस वो अकॉर्डिंगली आइदर द क्रेडिट नोट और द डेबिट नोट विल बी रिलीज टू द क्लाइंट, ठीक है, बट till the time you do not reconcile all the transactions, it will be difficult to estimate what is the correct final figures, and this is why your reconciliation processes are being carried out. Okay, sometimes your middle office और front office का जो डेटा आ रहा है वहां पे ही गलती होगा, लेकिन आपको पता नहीं रहेगा, फिर आप जाके जब पूरा रिपोर्ट खत्म करके चेक करते हो तब पता चलता है। then you will have to internally send an email to the middle office team, inform them कि ये आपने गलती किया हुआ है, please send me the correct data. Okay, so reconciliation of all the positions and the trades within the internal books of accounts and records with the outside world is of utmost importance in ensuring that the bank remains in control of its assets and liabilities. Okay. Now data set 1, data set 2. So data set 1 is coming from front office, say for example, data set 2 is coming from middle office. There is a discrepancy. What is discrepancy? There is a incorrect mention of the data. Okay, formal reporting हो गया, लेकिन जब discrepancies हुआ है, so you have to escalate. Why you have to escalate? What is escalation? You are raising that red flag. If you remember in the trade life cycle we have discussed. Okay, you are raising a particular email, sending it to your senior team members or leaders or any other managers or middle office personnel, stating that कि ये गलत data मेरे पास आया हुआ, please send me the correct data. अगर वो नहीं दे रहे तो फिर ऊपर वालों का प्रॉब्लम है, ठीक है, आप लूप में नहीं हो फिर। और सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज कब होता है, गलती दो लोगों से होता है, जिसने एक्चुअली ओरिजिनल में किया है और आपने फिर रिपोर्ट बना के बेच भी दिया है, अगर वो कैलकुलेशन या कोई अमाउंट का एरर आया, वो इज गोइंग टू बी ब्लेम्ड, और जो नुकसान हुआ वो कौन पे करेगा, कंपनी हर बार ऐसा करती रही तो फिर कंपनी का ही लायबिलिटी हो जाएगा एक दिन, ठीक है, इट कैन नॉट कीप ऑन डूइंग दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग्स एवरी डे। ओके, सो वेयर डज द टीएलसी फिगर, वेयर डज द रिकंसिलिएशन फिगर इन द ट्रेड लाइफ साइकिल? फ्रंट ऑफिस में ट्रेड एग्जीक्यूशन और बुकिंग के टाइम पे, मिडिल ऑफिस में ट्रेड कैप्चर, एनरिचमेंट एंड वैलिडेशन के टाइम पे, और बैक ऑफिस में ट्रेड मैचिंग, सेटलमेंट, फेल सेटलमेंट एंड ट्रेड रिकंसिलिएशन के टाइम पे। सो योर रिकंसिलिएशंस विल बी द लास्ट स्टेप दैट यू विल बी कैरिंग आउट बेसिकली once your all the trades have been settled. Okay, so see one just example, 100 shares of say a company XYZ has been purchased by paying $2,000 तो स्टॉक का जो लेजर है उसमें क्या गया, 100 शेयर्स ऑफ दैट कंपनी XYZ, लेजर में क्या गया, मतलब जो कैश का लेजर है उसमें $2,000 का डेबिट एंट्री जाएगा, राइट, बिकॉज शेयर्स हैव बीन क्रेडिटेड। नाउ यहाँ पे कोई अगर गलती हो रहा है तो यू हैव टू रेक्टिफाई ओवर हियर फ्रॉम द रिकंसिलिएशन पर्सपेक्टिव। ओके, स्टॉक का स्टेटमेंट अलग से प्रिपेयर होगा। I hope everyone knows that what is a stock statement, a list of all the securities which have been traded, and what is a cash statement, कुछ डेबिट होगा कुछ क्रेडिट होगा, डेबिट क्रेडिट करते पूरा लास्ट में रिकंसिलिएशन ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएगा, ठीक है। Now what are the different types of reconciliations carried out? You have to just go through it, no need to remember. Okay, the first is a depository and the stock reconciliation. So the depository participant versus the stock reconciliation accounting person who is preparing. Nostro account, what is a Nostro account? I think we have discussed.
Our account with yours.
Yeah. Yeah, can you come once again?
Yes, so basically it is used for forex transaction and all. That means our account with your bank. That means Indian bank is having a foreign account in foreign country in that foreign currency.
Yeah, so basically for the NRIs. Yeah. So the NRIs who are actually holding their particular savings in the foreign bank accounts, okay, Nostro account उनके लिए यूज होता है ज्यादातर because they want to send their earned dollars into Indian rupees, वापस भेजना है ना इंडिया, इसलिए तो उस उनके जो भी transactions होंगे versus the cash reconciliation statement prepared by your investment banking company. Okay, the third one is the exchange reconciliations between different entities within the company. Miscellaneous static data अगर कोई reconciliation अगर करना है तो ठीक है. What is the stage before the transaction और after the transaction? Post मतलब after the transaction से और pre मतलब before the transaction से. ठीक है. और ये सेटलमेंट कैसे हो रहा है? इंटरनल सेटलमेंट हो रहा है. तो डेटा जो दो अलग अलग जगह से आ रहे हैं वो कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? So say for the depository participant there will be an internal posting will be done and stock reconciliation will be prepared based on the agent advices. So these are the different ways through which all the different data will be coming in. You have to compare the two sets of data. Two sets of data compare करने के बाद चेक करना है कि कौन सा सही है कौन सा गलत है. वो एंट्री को रेक्टिफाई करो, चेंज करो, modify it and ensure the data is accurate then. Okay. Now, what could be the possible risk if the reconciliation is not carried out? So just write down one question. What are the major risks? What are the major risks involved in the failure of account reconciliation? Involved in account reconciliation or normal reconciliation of stocks.
So, now agent from agent
Broker, intermediary, or rather your broker only. See, agent advice is basically your broker note. Say for example Zerodha, तो Zerodha का एक स्टेटमेंट होगा मेरे पास जो जहाँ पे मैंने ट्रेड्स वगैरह एग्जीक्यूट किया हुआ है. That I'll be sharing with. See, इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकिंग का जो कोई भी क्लाइंट है, इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि वो वहीं से खुद परचेज या सेल करता रहेगा. ठीक है. You can transact from different brokers and different security markets. तो वो डेटा भी तो भेजना पड़ेगा. Why? Because at the end of the day, he needs to identify how much profit and loss he is making through all the different set of transactions. Okay. So what is the first risk involved? Misposted failing trade. So misposting matlab basically the same example that I've given. Instead of 100 you have written 1000. Inaccurate redemption posting. Redemption matlab 6 महीने के बाद बॉन्ड को रिडीम करना था, गलती से कर दिया 5 महीने के बाद, या just 1 day before the final maturity date of that bond. Okay. Inaccurate or missing book information facing the exchange. Any records of transactions which are not being entered or completely missed out while posting an entry into the transaction records, उसकी वजह से भी वो रिस्क इश्यू हो सकता है फॉर द रिकंसिलिएशन. Incorrect entitlement calculation due to obsolete internal static data. अब static data क्या होता है? We have seen static and dynamic data, I think, right? What is static data? तो example of static data in this incorrect entitlement calculation क्या हो सकता है? Obsolete is unnecessary. ठीक है. Internal static data मतलब internally और static data है, तो कौन सा example हो सकता है ऐसा? Interest rates or the coupon rates of the different bonds or any other fixed income securities. You actually were required to fetch the data from the live market, say for example related to any bond markets. But आपने क्या किया? कोई इंटरनल डेटाबेस में डेटा ऐसे ही बना के रखा हुआ था, तो वो स्टैटिक हो गया, वहां पे चेंज नहीं हो रहा है डेटा. ठीक है. The interest rates have been fixed over there, and because of which the calculations on the final interest are not turning out to be accurate. Getting my point? Actually fetch कहाँ से करना? Fetch is like collecting the data. तो वो मुझे कहाँ से करना था? जो live market streaming है, something like Bloomberg terminal, जहाँ से live data मिलता है. If you remember that I've already given the examples, right? तो वहाँ पे जो डेटा मुझे मिलना चाहिए था वो डायनामिक होगा because constantly changing हो रहा है. But you also have an internal system जहाँ पे ये डेटा एज ए फैच किया जाता है लेकिन वो चेंज नहीं हो रहा है, तो वो वहां पे जाके स्टैटिक हो जाएगा. से फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने एक बॉन्ड खरीदा हुआ है कोई कंपनी का जिसका एज ऑफ करंट डेट इट इज 8.5%. ठीक है. आफ्टर लाइक से फॉर एग्जांपल 2 months उसका रेट ऑफ रिटर्न चेंज हो गया 9.5%. बट मेरे वो जो इंटरनल डेटाबेस है वहां पे वो मुझे अभी भी 8.5 ही दिखा रहा है. इट इज नॉट चेंज्ड बिकॉज इट इज अ स्टैटिक डेटाबेस. ओके. तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट आपका इंटरेस्ट कैलकुलेशन गलत हो जाएगा. इंटरेस्ट कैलकुलेशन गलत हुआ तो फाइनल कैलकुलेशंस रॉन्ग. फाइनल कैलकुलेशंस will have a direct impact on your net profit and loss. So that is why you need a reconciliation. Okay. So you have to identify what was the prevailing rate of interest during the time of live markets through any sources that provide you the dynamic data. तो वो पूछना पड़ेगा कि कहाँ से लाइव डेटा आप फैच करते हो या कहाँ से सोर्स आउट करते हो. Okay. अगर इक्विटी है तो दिक्कत नहीं है, दिक्कत दूसरे इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में आएगी। ओके, बिकॉज इक्विटी का डेटा आपको लाइव तो कहीं से भी मिल जाएगा, कोई भी सिक्योरिटी का, इसलिए। So reconciliation is a critical step in the trade life cycle, and if not done correctly, it can lead to several risk and financial loss. Financial loss के examples हमने just before देखे थे, $200 million की penalty, 50 million की penalty, ठीक है? There are various categories of reconciliation. For example, depository versus stock reconciliation is where you compare the internal equity system with the central security depositories. So central deposit यहाँ पे जैसे पॉसिबल है CDSL का अगर डेटा कहीं से लाइव अगर हमको मिल जाता है तो दैट इज फाइन, बट अदरवाइज यू विल नीड टू फेच द डेटा एंड कंपेयर इट विथ व्हाट योर इंटरनल इक्विटी सिस्टम। अब इंटरनल इक्विटी सिस्टम यू हैव टू क्रॉस चेक कि अगर वो डायनामिकली अपडेट हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है। अगर नहीं हो रहा है तो वो स्टैटिक डेटा हो जाएगा, फिर वापस से वही सेम एरर्स एंड चैलेंजेस। Then your nostro account versus cash reconciliation, wherein the internal cash system is compared with the agent bank advice. If the step is not performed correctly, it will lead to inaccurate settlement amount processed. Definitely, the front office bookings are compared with the exchange executions over here. Then your custodian reconciliation is there, which is also known as a broker reconciliation or position reconciliation. The stock and the cash of the custodians are directly matched against the internal systems. That means जो लेजर होगा क्लाइंट का आपके पास जो आपने प्रिपेयर करके रखा हुआ है, that will be directly compared with which data? Most importantly, your stock statement of the custodian. जो क्लाइंट का कस्टोडियन है उसके पास भी तो डेटा रहेगा ना कि कितने स्टॉक्स लिए हुए हैं, कितना बॉन्ड बेचा हुआ है, या एनी अदर थर्ड फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट दैट हैज बीन ट्रेडेड। ओके, inaccuracy during any of these stages will result into wrong settlement in the stock or cash processed, and because of which it will be difficult for the company also. Why? Because the goodwill of the company will be affected. आप बोल दो कि अब मुझे JP Morgan के पास नहीं रहना है, I need to move into Morgan Stanley या BNY Mellon or any other. Okay. So life cycle of a typical reconciliation. Just make sure you just remember these three stages: reconciliation production, reconciliation reporting, and reconciliation resolution. Which are the three steps involved in a life cycle of reconciliation? Okay. Theoretical perspective नाम याद रख लो चलेगा, rest is fine. So what is reconciliation production? Now reconciliation statements are prepared, for example, directly by the owner, which is your client. Preparer will be your custodian basically, and third will be your reviewer. Reviewer will be your internal accounting team of your investment banking companies. Reporting कैसे होगा? Reconciliation preparer and reviewer will be working together to check for any issues arising from the accounting perspective or trading perspective. ठीक है, अगर challenges identify होती है या ऐसा कोई भी data set उनको मिलता है जो गलत है, they will have to go for the resolution. The resolution can be taking place definitely either through emailing the client and asking him कि भाई आपका जो statement है trade का या stock का या जो बैंक का, वो send that entire statement once again. We need to cross check the entire data. ठीक है, so this is again a little bit of lengthy process. वही same फिर वहां से आप compare करोगे जैसे आप account पे आप करते थे CA के टाइम पे, नॉर्मली ऑडिटिंग के जैसे नॉर्मली होता है वही उसी सेम प्रैक्टिसेस आर बीइंग फॉलोड देन, बट यू नीड टू हैव दैट टू सेट्स ऑफ डेटा. द टू सेट्स ऑफ डेटा यू कैन बी गेटिंग फ्रॉम एनी सोर्स. ओके, Then what risks are involved? We have already discussed this. The settlement system has the full population of trades. The stock or the cash has been moved from the bank's account without one's knowledge. Most important, ठीक है, बैंक को पता ही नहीं था कि अच्छा इतना कैश विड्रॉ हो गया है या फिर ये स्टॉक को निकाल दिया है. You are basically investment bank, not your that normal bank. Actual loss which is being arising from the human or systematic errors. Now give me an example of human error. Normally simple errors, right? और रियली ऐसे एरर्स होते हैं. डोंट थिंक कि ऐसे मैं तो मेरा टाइपिंग स्पीड बहुत अच्छा है, एक्यूरेसी वाला. डोंट एज्यूम दैट. सीरियसली टिल डेट पीपल आर मेकिंग दोस एरर्स. ओके. और फिर जो इंटरनल वहां पे क्लैशेस होती है लोगों के बीच में, यू विल नेवर थिंक इतना तक एस्केलेट हो सकता है प्रॉब्लम. ओके. वो फिर ब्लेम गेम हो जाएगा. इसने किया, ऐसे किया, मैंने किया, वो पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि किसने एक्चुअली किया है. ठीक है, क्योंकि वो पेनल्टी आएगी ना, तो पेनल्टी तो सैलरी से ही काटेगा. ठीक है. ओके. Actual loss arising from human systematic errors or delays and fraudulent activities. Fraudulent activity, that example of 2 lakh valuation, okay, versus 20 lakhs. Poor decision making arising from inaccurate information, such as adequate quantity of a multi-listed security, a depository of delivery not having the data, and so on and so forth. ठीक है, यहाँ पे this is fine. Okay. Integrity of the reconciliation framework. Now see, there is no specific framework for the reconciliation as such. ओके. बेसिकली मुझे क्या होना चाहिए, मेरे पास 2 डेटा सेट होने चाहिए. व्हाट इज द डेटा सेट? 2 डिफरेंट सोर्सेज ऑफ डेटा which will provide me all the details about the transactions that have taken place. It will, first source will be coming from directly from the client, say for example. Second, it can be coming from the custodian or the depository. And if it is not coming from them, then internally whatever I have prepared, I have to then compare with the data of that data set of the client. ठीक है, clear? Any queries till now in reconciliation? See, reconciliation हो या collateral हो या stock borrow lending हो, maximum you can expect 2 to 3 questions theoretically, either in the mocks or even in your final interviews. Challenge तब आएगा, किसी का वो accounting वाला subject था क्या, मतलब bachelor या जो भी है किया हुआ है क्या, BCom MCom जो भी है. हाँ, तो लेजर एंट्रीज पूछेंगे reconciliation की कि कैसे आपने, हाँ वो I think someone was being asked either in Atos or in Axa, I'm not sure. तो कैसे रिकंसिलिएशन होता है वो अकाउंटिंग पर्सपेक्टिव से ही समझाना है, नॉट फ्रॉम दिस इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकिंग पर्सपेक्टिव. व्हाई? बिकॉज यू हैव ऑलरेडी डन मल्टीपल एग्जांपल्स वहां पे. ठीक है, अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट जब प्रिपेयर किया होगा तब जाके आप वहां पे आपने एंट्रीज वगैरह डाला होगा लेजर का. ठीक है, तो जिस हिसाब से आपने वो रिकंसिलिएशन किया होगा, जस्ट गिव वन एग्जांपल. ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है कि 5-10 एंट्रीज का दिखाना है, जस्ट गिव 1 or 2 एंट्रीज एंड दैट विल बी फाइन. ओके, but question can come in that way, not from this theoretical perspective. Okay. So integrity of the reconciliation framework, authenticity of the data inputs, segregation of the duties of reconciliation, formal governance and availability of the audience. So this is how your reconciliation framework will be structured. All the data sets for the reconciliation must originate from the sources. Source मतलब client के end से आना चाहिए पहला data set, तब जाके आप अपना data set compare कर पाओगे. Segregation of the duties is like something like where the reconciliation is performed by 2 different departments. One, internally by you or any other middle office or back office team. Second, by the accounts team of that particular investment banking company. ठीक है. Third, conflict of interest हुआ, the same issue of blame game will start. Duties of reconciliation preparing and reconciliation reviewer. Preparation is done by the depository or the custodian. Do not mix it up with the reviewer. You are the reviewer over there as an investment banker. Okay, you are not preparing basically. You are just reviewing the data. Okay, and any formal governance policies or particular guidelines that you have to follow in the entire process. Okay. Now just write down which are the types of reconciliations carried out: bank accounts, internal account, treasury, securities, portfolios, and cash management. So these are the different types of reconciliations carried out. ये जो 6 sources है, you can just mention the name. That written everyone? Okay. Sure. Just now, in the case of the trades, how reconciliations will be carried out on the buy side, on the sell side, from the broker perspective. तो अगर बाय किया है तो कस्टमर का अमाउंट डेबिट होना चाहिए. हाँ, कस्टमर का अकाउंट डेबिट होना चाहिए, अमाउंट डेबिट होना चाहिए और शेयर्स शुड बी क्रेडिटेड. एंड सिमिलरली ऑन द सेल साइड जब आएगा तब shares will be debited and your final amount will be credited. This is how your normal entries have been taking place. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे आपकी ये सब डिटेल्स मेंशन होगी. बाय है कि सेल ट्रांजैक्शन है, सिक्योरिटी कौन सी है, ब्रोकर कौन सा है, क्वांटिटी कितनी है, प्राइस कितने पे एग्जीक्यूट हुआ है ट्रांजैक्शंस, एक्रूड इंटरेस्ट डेफिनेटली इन द केस ऑफ द बॉन्ड्स. इफ इट इज अ बॉन्ड देन एक्रूड इंटरेस्ट कितना हुआ है, दैट यू हैव टू क्रॉस चेक. व्हाट वाज एक्रूड इंटरेस्ट? ओके, हाँ, तो कैलकुलेशंस बॉन्ड्स में किया है, राइट? ओके. At such time, both the parties, buy side and the sell side, will agree on all the key trade components. तो trading comparison either can be done electronically, अगर आपके पास ऐसा कोई सॉफ्टवेयर है तो, या तो manually, entry by entry you have to cross check. Okay, that is how you will be performing the matching process. That keyword should be known. It is known as the matching process between two different set of transactions. Okay. And then you will identify all those transaction entries which are incorrectly entered or incorrectly punched. Okay. What is X clearing? So it simply means that the trade comparison process is performed without the services of any electronic clearing house. X clearing is a manual comparison process that is performed by the brokerage firms when the traded security does not meet the eligibility standards of the designated clearing corporation. Okay. Now data कौन कौन सा आप कंपैरिजन के लिए ले सकते हो? Just write it down. What is the data that you can compare in reconciliation? Trade date, settlement date, security traded, quantity, price, accrued interest, and final settlement amount. These are the different data that you have to compare and check for reconciliation. Done? Written everyone? This. Now let us check one example. Theories I am not going. Example simple है. See quantity कितना था? 100. ठीक है. Price कितना है? Say for example 15.75 was the price of that particular stock. तो principal amount कितना हो जाएगा? 15.75 into 100 which is 1575. Now अगर brokerage या commission लगता है तो कितना लग रहा है? 0.05 per share. तो 100 quantity का कितना हो जाएगा? $5. तो मेरा net amount जो है वो कितना होगा? 1575 plus 5 which is equal to 1580, right? Now say for example if the company or the client had सोल्ड दिस पर्टिकुलर शेयर्स, तो उसके अकाउंट में कितना सेम प्राइस पे तो कितना आ जाएगा 1575 पे ही बेच दिया, लेकिन वापस $5 का कमीशन वहां पे भी उसका कम हो जाएगा. बाई साइड सेल साइड बोथ साइड ब्रोकरेजेस आर बीइंग डन. तो टोटल कितना हुआ 1570 नेट अमाउंट फ्रॉम 1580, राइट. प्रॉब्लम ये होगा कि अगर यहाँ कहीं पे भी क्वांटिटी और प्राइस और कमीशन अमाउंट और योर सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स और योर जीएसटी एनीथिंग कहीं पे भी कुछ मिस होता है, definitely your entire transaction final settled amount will get changed. Is it clear? Any doubts? Yeah. क्या हुआ? क्यों? Normal calculation से इसलिए? हाँ? नहीं क्लियर नहीं, हंसी क्यों आ रही है पूछ रहा हूँ. हाँ? Again, the same challenges will be rising. See, this is more of a repetitive content over here. What can be the risk of not performing the broker reconciliation? Definitely, your final settled amount will not be able to get cleared out. You will not be able to settle your trade life cycle. You will face the risk of legal challenges from the client, and finally, your goodwill will be impacted. इतना तो आपको by default बोल ही देना है. If the question comes कि what can be the possible risk or challenges in reconciliation, पहले आपका कैसी सीक्वेंस याद रख लो. फाइनल सेटल अमाउंट जो है 1575 या 10,000 कुछ भी नॉर्मल कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से रखना, दैट अमाउंट विल नॉट गेट सेटल्ड. देन व्हाट विल हैपन, योर ट्रेड लाइफ साइकिल विल नॉट गेट कंप्लीटेड, राइट. ट्रेड वैलिडेशन है ना लास्ट स्टेज में वहां पे, तो वो कंफर्म नहीं होगा. अब उसका इंपैक्ट क्या आएगा, क्लाइंट बोलेगा मेरा अकाउंट सेटल हो जाना चाहिए था, वो नहीं हो रहा है, तो लेट मी फाइल अ केस अगेंस्ट यू. ठीक है, एक चीज. थर्ड, गुडविल इंपैक्ट हो जाएगा डायरेक्टली अगर केस फाइल कर दिया तो, लॉ सूट ऐसा कुछ भी हुआ तो. एथिकल इश्यूज डेफिनेटली, अगर कोई दूसरा ट्रांजेक्शन आपने कर दिया है, ठीक है, तो ऐसे 4-5 आप कोई भी रिस्क फैक्टर्स बोल सकते हो इन द केस ऑफ अ रिकंसिलिएशन. ठीक है. Then comes your cash management is also another critical activity for every investment bank. The trade-off between liquidity and profitability is of course a big challenge that the banks strive to achieve. But in the case of cash management, it will be more related with the treasury operations or rather your money market. Why? Because your fixed income interest जो भी आपको मिल रहा है उसके हिसाब से आपको कैश को मैनेज करना है. इक्विटी होता तो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड इट इज कॉन्स्टेंटली गेटिंग फ्लक्चुएटेड, योर पोर्टफोलियो इज गेटिंग अप एंड डाउन एंड योर कोलैटरल्स एंड योर अदर मैनेजमेंट विल बी गोइंग फॉर अ टॉस. बट यहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं होगा, राइट. यहाँ पे अलग अलग चैलेंजेस होगी आपकी फॉर अ डिफरेंट और प्री डिफाइंड सेट ऑफ मनी मार्केट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, एंड हेंस कैश मैनेजमेंट विल बी मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. व्हाई? बिकॉज अब जितना भी कैश का शॉर्टफॉल आएगा तो क्लाइंट को बोलना पड़ेगा प्लीज इमीडिएटली सेंड $50,000 against the transaction that you have made or against the pending transaction that it is already having or showing in our system. आपको तो सिर्फ मेल भेजना होता है और कुछ नहीं करना होता है. ठीक है. This you can avoid, डायग्राम में देखने की जरूरत नहीं है. This is not important. Yeah, bank balances if you remember, जो previous day का final amount है, that from that amount you will be starting onwards in the next day onwards, right. तो वहां पे कैश मैनेजमेंट होता है. इफ यू रिमेंबर, जो कैशियर होता है तो ही विल बी रिक्वायर्ड, आई डोंट नो लाइक बाकी सब बैंक्स में क्या सिस्टम है, लेकिन एचडीएफसी में मैंने देखा हुआ है वो एक एक्सेल शीट मेंटेन करते हैं. हर एक जो डिनोमिनेशन है, से फॉर एग्जांपल 10 रुपीज का नोट है तो कितनी नोट्स अभी एज ऑफ नाउ आई हैव इन दैट पर्टिकुलर कैश, उसका जो भी रहता है बैग रहता है जो भी है, राइट. या काउंटर जो उसका पूरा रहता है वहां पे वो मेंशन करना पड़ता है उसको एंड ऑफ डे. 500 के कितने हैं, 2000 के कितने हैं, पहले तो 500 1000 हर एक कोई था, बट नाउ ऑल दिस थिंग्स वर डेफिनेटली बीइंग केप्ट सो दैट वो कहीं पे वो फ्रॉड ना हो जाए, वरना कुछ भी हो सकता है फिजिकल कैश के हिसाब से, राइट. सो हियर आल्सो फॉर कैश मैनेजमेंट दैट इज वन ऑफ द इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर रिकंसिलिएशन. कैश प्रोजेक्शन जो आप बोल रहे हो, पूरे दिन का एक बैच फाइल प्रिपेयर होता है, वो जो बैच फाइल है ना वही वो एक्सेल फाइल का मैं मेंशन कर रहा हूँ, दैट एवरी डे इट इज बीइंग सेंट टू द हेड ऑफिस. ओके, कि आज के दिन में ये हमारा फाइनली कैश अमाउंट है. एंड यू आल्सो नीड टू मेंटेन दिस. व्हाई? कैश को क्यों मैनेज करना पड़ेगा बैंक को? 3 रीजंस. yeah, so that is your cash reserve ratio first, SLR second, and third liquidity manage करने के लिए liquidity crunching situation arise नहीं होनी चाहिए. If you remember that case of SBI and Bank of Maharashtra, right? We have discussed that in the class. तो वहां पे लिक्विडिटी क्रंच होगा तो भी प्रॉब्लम होगा, तो ऐसा प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट नहीं होना चाहिए। तो कैश रिजर्व रेशियो, स्टैट्यूटरी लिक्विडिटी रिक्वायरमेंट्स एंड योर liquidity needs of the bank. Based on all the adjustments which are carried out after the settled and unsettled transactions, the cashier will be updating the final entries and the final balance will be then projected, will be sent to the head office. ठीक है, यहाँ पे और कुछ वहाँ पे अलग से मैनेज करने की जरूरत नहीं है। नॉस्ट्रो अकाउंट में एक ही चीज के ऊपर रिकंसिलिएशन की जरूरत पड़ेगी। रेस्ट ऑफ योर ट्रांजेक्शन related to the trade will remain the same. Only thing that you will be required to be managing over here is your exchange rate and the dollar amounts. Okay, because वो फॉरेन में ट्रेड हो रहा है इसलिए। तो कौन से दिन का एक्सचेंज रेट आप काउंट कर रहे हो, that will be playing a crucial role in the reconciliation process. गलती से 1-2 दिन का प्लस और माइनस आपने काउंट कर लिया, पूरा ट्रांजेक्शन गलत हो जाएगा। Okay, so that is where your reconciliation will be coming into the picture. Banks maintaining accounts with other banks is we need to carry out reconciliation, and it is necessary for them to reconcile the ledger account and the statements with the nostro account statements. The replica of the nostro account is maintained by the banks in their books or operational purposes, and that is known as the nostro minor account. That is fine. जरूरी नहीं है theory इसका पढ़ने का। Just remember कि nostro में आपको एक ही step extra चाहिए, वो है आपका foreign exchange rate basically. ठीक है? Again, the same risk factors you can define for reconciliation of the nostro accounts. Okay, this is again getting repetitive over here. See, there is one example given over here. Frankfurt की branch का mention किया गया है और दूसरा कौन सा bond mention किया गया है. So this is the amount that has been transferred, 7.5% paid semi-annually. तो आपका जो interest count होगा वो 7.5% semi-annually के हिसाब से count होगा और 15% annually. Please make sure कि आपका euro में count हो, and second जो interest है वो correctly count हो, अदर वो mismatch हो जाएगा। ठीक है? Yeah, see, तो deposit कितना हुआ है? This is a 10 million. Citibank has been come into the picture. ये journal entry जो दिया गया है, तो you can give any examples of the journal entries. ठीक है? Client का bank account debit होगा और वहाँ पे against the securities will be credited, interest will be credited, and then both the interest plus your securities will be debited and your final amount will be credited. Okay? यही step होगा ना पूरा journal ledger में. ठीक है? हाँ? तो मारूंगा। These are the examples that you can just go through, not important to go much into the detail. Okay, just write a 3 to 4 more specific details that you have to cross check. जो आपने अभी एक वो डेटा लिखा था ना, कौन कौन से डेटा आपको क्रॉस चेक करने हैं, वहां पे एक चीज लिख लो, सिक्योरिटी आइडेंटिफायर नंबर एंड ट्रांजैक्शन रेफरेंस नंबर. Done. See, interest claims which are arising out of failed settlement of trades, coupon and fee payments. Why those are occurring? Of course, we have discussed the calculation error, incorrect confirmation and settlement has been done, missing funding deadlines, agent bank handling errors, system downtime. System downtime कब होगा? जब कोई फॉरेन क्लाइंट आपका इंडियन करेंसी मार्केट और इंडियन डेरिवेटिव मार्केट या इंडियन इक्विटी मार्केट्स में डील कर रहा होगा, वहां से उसको 1000 क्वांटिटी रिलायंस का बाई करना है, लेकिन यहाँ पे उसका जीरो था हैंग हो गया है, पॉसिबल, राइट? तो वो जो डिफरेंसेस आएंगे ना फिर, तो दैट विल बी क्रिएटिंग मोर इश्यूज. ठीक है, लेट कंफर्मेशन हुआ है, मेल तो भेज दिया, लेकिन एफआईआई क्लाइंट कहाँ पे चला गया? 25 दिसंबर की पार्टी में. So he will be, yeah, so he will not be responding in that case, और आपका ट्रांजैक्शन कंफर्म नहीं होगा. ओके और वो जो रेफरेंस नंबर का जो मैंने अभी लिखवाया था वो रेफरेंस नंबर कहाँ से आएगा? थोड़ा बहुत आपने पढ़ा है और आपका शायद वो टॉपिक खत्म हो गया है। हाँ हाँ और वो जो आपने वो ISDA मास्टर एग्रीमेंट्स वाले या तो फिर द ट्रेड नंबर्स रिलेटेड टू योर स्विफ्ट कोड्स एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स, वो सिस्टम में जो 4-5 इंटरनेशनल सिस्टम्स जो आपने भी लिखा है, ठीक है, तो वहां से आएगा। अगर वहां पे भी कुछ गलती हुआ है तो वी नो दैट वो 0 और 1 का एक इशू आ रहा था वहां पे लास्ट डिजिट, इफ यू रिमेंबर। अगर गलत नंबर है तो 0 आएगा, सही नंबर है तो 1 आ जाएगा। इफ यू रिमेंबर इन दैट 7 डिजिट कोड या 9 डिजिट या 12 डिजिट जितने भी नंबर सिस्टम्स हैं, ठीक है, so that will come from there. कंपेंसेशन कंपनी कैसे करेगी वो तो आप अंदर जाओगे सिस्टम में तब जाके पता चलेगा। कोई भी अगर लॉस हो रहा है तो ठीक है, आपको देना है कि कंपनी दे रही है 50 मिलियन, वो आप दोनों डिसाइड कर देना, ठीक है। ओके, the outgoing claim should be clear to distinguish the compensation rate which is being used. So overdraft charges, use of funds और loss of interest होगा ना basically in the money market अगर इंस्ट्रूमेंट है तो, valuation issues or any other things. Again, the risk of not performing reconciliations are missed trade, booking errors, financial and reputational losses. So ठीक है, ये same repetitive है, not necessary to go into this further detail. See, एक pending trade का कैसे error आ सकता है, just 1 minute. पेंडिंग ट्रेड का एरर कैसे आ सकता है? सी यहाँ पे ये पूरा पोर्टफोलियो मेंशन्ड है क्लाइंट का इनिशियली, ठीक है ना। इन दिस पर्टिकुलर केस इतने सारे ट्रांजैक्शंस हो चुके हैं बाइंग के, लेकिन मैंने एबॉट लैबोरेटरीज और AT&T को बेच दिया है, राइट। बाकी सब ऐसे के ऐसे ही, एक्सॉन मोबाइल से लेकर वहां एंड तक सब ऑल नंबर रेस्ट ऑफ द इक्विटीज आर एज इट इज। लेकिन हम अपडेट करना भूल गए कि एबॉट लैबोरेटरीज और AT&T मैंने बेच दिया है। प्रॉब्लम क्या होगा देखो, नीचे आएगा। These two entries, $7,230 and $2,056 will not get reflected. कस्टोडियन के पास भी डेटा नहीं जाएगा और हमारा पोर्टफोलियो भी ऐसे ही दिखाएगा, लेकिन क्लाइंट फिर बोलेगा मैंने इसको प्रॉफिट में निकाल दिया है, सो प्लीज रिड्यूस माय पोर्टफोलियो अमाउंट। जो इनिशियली जो ज्यादा था वो उसको कम करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। एंड बिकॉज ऑफ विच दिस 68,000 जो डॉलर्स अभी यहाँ पे दिखा रहा है उसका वैल्यूएशन ये 73,000 से डिफर कर रहा है। हमारे सिस्टम में 73 दिखा रहा होगा, उसके सिस्टम में 68 दिखा रहा है। वो $5,000 जो था 2 स्टॉक्स का वो अमाउंट निकल गया है, लेकिन हमने अपडेट ही नहीं किया हुआ है, ठीक है। तो दिस इज हाउ ऑल दिस थिंग्स विल बी अकरिंग ओवर देयर, ठीक है। फिर आपको जाके एंट्री डालना पड़ेगा, निकालना पड़ेगा पोर्टफोलियो से, रिकंसाइल करना पड़ेगा, देन योर ट्रेड विल बी सेटल्ड। इज इट क्लियर? रिकंसिलिएशन का कंसेप्ट ज्यादातर, इज इट क्लियर? मतलब और कुछ है नहीं यहाँ पे, ठीक है। फ्रॉम द ट्रेड परस्पेक्टिव, योर नंबर, योर डिटेल्स, योर क्वांटिटी, प्राइस, एक्सचेंज, मार्केट्स, डेरिवेटिव्स, टाइमिंग्स जो भी है ये सब आपका मैच होना चाहिए। फ्रंट ऑफिस में कहाँ पे आएगा, मिडल में कहाँ पे आएगा और बैक ऑफिस में कहाँ पे आएगा। व्हाट कैन बी द चैलेंजेस इन द रिस्क फैक्टर्स इन्वॉल्व्ड? यू कैन स्पीक दैट 4 to 5 दैट आई हैव ऑलरेडी मेंशन्ड। रिस्क मिटिगेशन फ्रेमवर्क क्या हो सकता है? 2 ही स्टेप्स है, आइदर यू फॉलो द कंपनीज गाइडलाइंस और रेज द रेड फ्लैग एंड सेंड एन ईमेल टू एवरीवन, ठीक है। 2 सिस्टम्स है। This more or less summarizes the entire reconciliation theories. Is it clear to everyone? ठीक है, थियरी जाके पढ़ सकते हो, लेकिन याद आपको इतना ही रखना है, नथिंग मोर टू डिस्कस और रिमेंबर ओवर हियर। ओके, कैश ट्रांजैक्शंस वही सेम अगेन। कैश ट्रांजैक्शंस आपका तभी आएगा अगर आपको एक कैश या मनी मार्केट में you are transacting over there, otherwise there is no need to further go into further details. Okay, this is important one. Missing subscription, missing withdrawals, missing redemptions, missing management and advisory fees and missing custody fees. अगर ये सब एक्स्ट्रा जो क्लाइंट को चार्ज हो रहा है, वो अकाउंटिंग टीम ने अगर वो एंट्री नहीं किया हुआ है तो भी प्रॉब्लम होगा। ब्रोकरेजेस या और कस्टोडियन चार्जेस या एनी सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्सेस या एनी अदर टैक्सेस, इनकम टैक्स लायबल। इनकम टैक्स में भी दिक्कत कहाँ पे आएगा? डबल टैक्सेशन नहीं होना चाहिए। इंडिया में भी टैक्स पे कर रहा है और यूएस में भी टैक्स पे कर रहा है, आइदर इज गोइंग टू पे इन इंडिया और इज गोइंग टू पे इन यूएस, लेकिन फिर वो एंट्री भी होना चाहिए कि कितना टैक्स ही इज पेइंग इन यूएस। ओके, नाउ व्हाट इज शॉर्ट टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड? The short-term investment fund is a type of fund which invests in money market instruments of high quality and low risk. The stable value funds will seek to preserve principal, pay a competitive interest rate, and provide daily liquidity. Okay, so basically your कौन से हो सकते हैं आपके money market के instruments? Short term है ना, इसलिए ठीक है। यहाँ पे accrued interest या interest calculations की error आ रही है तो definitely your challenges will be rising. Say for example, see यहाँ पे कैसा mistake हुआ है? It is the exchange rate is mentioned is 1.50945 और यहाँ पे 1.5084 हो गया है, रिजल्टिंग इनटू $141 लॉस। अब ये छोटा अमाउंट है, इसलिए इतना ज्यादा नहीं दिखेगा। अगर यहाँ पे मैंने 2 0 और बढ़ा दिए, ये डायरेक्टली हो जाएगा $14,000। तो डेफिनेटली यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट कि हाउ मच लॉसेस यू कैन इनकम। या ब्रिटिश पेट्रोलियम नहीं सुना है? ब्रिटिश पेट्रोलियम, ओके, I'm not aware about this, I guess. पुणे में है वो पता नहीं है। Okay. ठीक। Internal reconciliation has to be performed as we have discussed, either through your accounting team discussions or through your normal any other point of discussions that you can carry it out. Okay. So this more or less completes your reconciliation. Otherwise और कुछ है नहीं यहाँ पे। Okay. मैचिंग क्राइटेरिया इतना सारा याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो जो 5 आपने अभी लिखे है ना, यू कैन जस्ट मेंशन इन द इंटरव्यू सेक्शंस। ठीक है, वो रेफरेंस नंबर, डेटा, क्वांटिटी, प्राइस, टाइमिंग, करेंसी डेट या एक्सचेंज डेट जो भी है, ठीक है। रेस्ट इज यू कैन जस्ट अवॉइड इट। ओके, मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, जस्ट राइट डाउन व्हाट आर द पोटेंशियल इंपैक्ट ऑफ द ब्रेक्स इन द सेंस द रिकंसिलिएशन चैलेंजेस। बट वो ऑलरेडी क्वेश्चन अलग तरीके से जो पूछा जा सकता है, आंसर वही रहेगा। ठीक है, incorrect profit and loss position will lead to operational risk, market volatility will have further impact, incorrect hedging can result into domino effect, incorrect accurate नहीं हो रहा है, खत्म हो गया, 2 minutes, and back to back facing trades resulting in incorrect settlements. ठीक है, so these are the final impacts that you can just cross check and you can just go through it. और ज्यादा थियरी डिटेल में मत जाना यहाँ पे, इट्स नॉट दैट मच रिक्वायर्ड। ओके, अंडरस्टूड द प्रोसेस ऑफ रिकंसिलिएशन एवरीवन, बोथ ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स एवरीवन? यस सर। ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स एनी क्वेरीज? ओके,
नो सर।
ओके, नाउ वी आर हैविंग दैट योर प्लेसमेंट इंटरवेंशन का सेशन है। ठीक है, लैपटॉप यही चाहिए, कौन सा चाहिए? वही ना, ठीक है।
Hello everyone.
44 and 46 है।
44. So 44 में मेरे को लास्ट टाइम बोला था कि कोई प्लेसमेंट नहीं करेगा। ये होने क्लास में रिकॉर्ड में अक्षरा मैम बोल रही है कि आपका प्लेसमेंट का इंटरवेंशन नहीं हुआ है, आप लोगों को एक आईसीआर का एग्रीमेंट भी नहीं किया गया। ये बात सही है।
What time did you join the class? Are you from day 1 or?
He's from.
Hi, online folks, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
आज आप डिस्कस करो। After this intervention, at least your questions should It needs to be. Again, 1 or 2 or 3 is acceptable, but then try to get the clarification for each and every. Because we are in the last phase of the course.
Sir, you are not audible properly.
We have not yet started. Give me 2 minutes. Are you done? Can I?
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yes. So I think we have already met. Okay, we had the ICR agreement discussion, right? We had it now for both the batches, 44 and 46. You were not there. Your name? Omkar. For 44. So how come you have received the ICR agreement on mail? You didn't receive the ICR. Online folks, have you received the ICR agreement on mail?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you attended any intervention of the ICR agreement discussion?
No. No.
Okay. Yes, no. Why not? I don't mind repeating it again.
Can you repeat once again?
No, I'll be waiting for the first time.
Yes.
Everyone. 46, we had one online session. For 44, we didn't had any session.
Correct.
23rd of April. Right. I was expecting that 44, I was done the online session. No? Sure? Okay, fine. So you want me to repeat the ICR? Sorry, not for you. You guys have to attend again. I'll share my screen. You have the copy of ICR? Okay, so quickly introduce yourself, everyone. Start with your introduction, yes.
I'm Arnav Patkar. I've done my graduation from I'm from Pune and I've done my graduation in BBA Finance.
In the year?
2020.
Are you a fresher?
Yes.
Why are you attending the weekend batch? Why not a weekday batch?
Because I stay now, so I prefer to go on weekends.
So what do you do during your weekdays? Do you have anything, any other studies going on? No, nothing.
I do some finance Excel and tally at the tally.
My name is Rachna. I am born and brought up in Mumbai. I completed my graduation in BBA Finance, and after that, I am preparing for writing exam as well. So I have to go for weekend batch, and I will show 46.
46 batch, okay. And what is your year of graduation and the stream?
2021 Finance.
Finance BPA, yes.
I'm from Aurangabad. I done my master's in EPA Finance. Total like 3.5 years of experience. I'm working with tax.
As a?
Assistant manager. Yeah.
Can you define your role?
So, like I have handled two verticals over there, home loans and education.
So, are you into sales?
Operations.
Hi, my name is Priya Nair. I have completed my graduation from Mumbai in 2015. I've done my BCom, and after that, I have 3.5 years of experience in the BPO sector. Currently, I'm working with Concentrix. It's been 1.5 years, and I recently shifted like 1 year back.
Are you into career, like, are you into customer service or operations?
It is into technical support.
Yes.
So as BCom Bachelor of Commerce from BNCC College.
Which year is your pass? This year. Yes.
I'm from Solapur and currently I'm pursuing my MCom.
You're pursuing your MCom. And what is your year of graduation? 2020, year of fresher. You're pursuing your BCom. Still in your last year? Okay. When are you expecting your exams to get over? In July. Yes. You used to work, you're not working right now.
I'm in my own business.
What business do you have? Health insurance. Okay. Yeah.
I completed my BBA specialized in finance in 2021.
Hello, my name is Philip, and when my caption in 2019, political science and
Specialization in
political science.
quality science.
Political science.
Politics science. Okay.
Yes. As a senior professor executive for 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay. Online folks, anyone who has not introduced themselves, are we who are attending the first session?
Hello, ma'am. My name is Kirti Singh. Hello, ma'am. My name is Kirti Singh.
Hi, Kirti.
Ma'am, I have done my Bachelor of Business Administration in the field of finance, and I have done MBA in Marketing and HR. And currently, I am working in ICICI Bank at the role of relationship manager, business loan group.
Okay.
Yes.
Next. Thanks, Kirti.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Jagruti here.
Hi, Jagruti.
Ma'am, I completed my graduation specialization in banking and insurance in the year of 2019. And after that, I had done my MBA in banking and financial services. Since last 1.5 years, I am working in a private sector bank as a relationship manager. And ma'am, actually, I tried to call you many times because I am from Mumbai itself. And right now, because of this job, I'm working in Pune. So I already had a talk with Azaz sir at the time of admission only.
So are you currently in Mumbai or Pune?
I'm currently in Pune. I'm usually attending offline batches, CBOP 44 through classroom itself. But today is a working Saturday for banker. So that's why I'm right now online.
Okay, fine. So are you looking for opportunities through Pune or Mumbai?
No, in Mumbai only. At the time of admission only, I confirmed the same with Azaz sir, who is right now working for the Thane branch.
Yeah. Fine, not a problem.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, next.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It's Richa Mishra.
Hi, Richa.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, I completed my graduation in 2015. After that, I am working with a private bank, and I'm holding a 4.5 years of experience in banking industry. Currently, I'm working with Axis and posted in Ranchi now.
What's your role, Richa?
Currently, I'm in operation now. Like last year, I used to sit in cash teller. So, currently I'm sits in front desk. I need to handle the operation activity of the branch.
Do we have Sumit on call? Is Sumit here? No.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Sumit Mandal is from your batch, right? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
I just have one query about my placement. Actually, I'm from Ranchi. So that is the issue that I don't know when I'll be able to go for the interviews and all, because currently they are doing only the face-to-face interviews. Most of the companies, like 80% companies are
correct
face-to-face only, ma'am. So
yes,
that's my major concern about. Yeah, that is my major concern because recently I got transferred to Ranchi.
Fine. Okay. Anyone else who want to introduce, or can we start? Online folks?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Fine. So let's get started. To those who have not attended the ICR session, I'm repeating it like for 46 it is a repeat. For 44, as you are telling me it is a fresh session. Okay, we'll start it again. And we'll discuss the ICR. Uske baad we'll discuss more opportunities in detail because I think you are going to end with your batch, right? What level are you into? Level 2. Are you done with your first mocks? Yes. Everyone?
Yes.
Online folks, everyone completed the first mocks?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me know who's pending with it or have not cleared. Anyone from here? Everyone is cleared? Online, anyone pending or who has not cleared? No. Fine, good. So what is your tiering? T3. Anyone T3? Your T3. Your T3? Online, who are T3? I have your scores. Do you want me to disclose your scores or are you going to tell me who are T3?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I need to check actually if I cleared or no.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have access to your grade book?
That's on LMS?
Yes, your LMS.
Yeah, I have the access, but I'm using through phone.
Okay.
So I
you
think
need to
the grade book is not visible.
log in from your system and you can check your scores.
Okay. Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, according to my mocks, it is T2, and in my grade book it's T4.
Grade book set is T4. So you need to
Yes.
get it updated through Utkarsha.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Online folks, do you have my mail with the ICR?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
So for the people who are in class, I'm going to present it on screen, but as you are online, you can refer to the ICR agreement, which is already shared. ठीक है मैंने होगा ओके अब मेरे लैपटॉप का चार्जर लेके थर्ड फ्लोर पे Okay, so starting from the training to placement journey. The show has just begun. I'll read it out. I'll explain simultaneously. If you're having any doubts, we'll take it later once we are done with this. Okay? Imarticus Learning Career Service team aims to provide relevant opportunities to all the certified and eligible learnings in different programs. A team of placement officers are positioned at each major location to ensure a seamless campus to corporate journey. So we have a team of career service which is positioned at each center. For here, it is me and Sahil. Sahil deals with PGA, that is the analytics program which we have. He is the BD, like he looks after bringing the clients for us, and then we open it to you all guys. Okay, so he is majorly expert for analytics, and I'm looking after CBOP over here. Starting from training, students get trained on all the modules as well. Did I introduce myself? So sorry, those who don't know me, I am Akshata Sawan. I look after the placement operations for Pune. For CBOP entirely it is handled by me. I look starting with your interventions, then when you are in training, I'll be coming for your interventions like the opportunity discussion. If you're having any queries on your placements, you can connect with me. Whatever comes for placements, you are supposed, like I am your first point of contact. Okay? So you are supposed to connect with me for anything related to placements. I'm for a year now with Pune Center. Okay? Then certification, student post clearing all the necessary assessments are put in the placement pool. So you have to clear all the assessments to get eligible for placements. Interviews, learners will be given interview opportunities depending on their grades and scores. I think you are already aware about the tiering concepts. That is a T1, T2 and T3. Right? So based on your tiering, you will be given the opportunities. Then there are placements. Students join a particular company post successful background clearance. That is the BGC clearance. This is the ICR agreement. This agreement between Imarticus and the student witnesses the mutual understanding and acceptance of the following term. Imarticus will provide the ICR service to the student via Superset platform. Email, mobile notification and SMS will be sent to the registered email address and mobile via mobile number via Superset. So we have a platform known as Superset where you are supposed to register yourself. I have already shared the invite with 44 batch. 46 I'm yet to share. So this is a platform where we post all the opportunities which we have, the job openings, and you are supposed to apply for all the jobs through Superset. I'll also explain you the registration process. So in today's session, I'll explain you the process and you are supposed to complete the registration. The student is solely responsible for continuous monitoring of the Superset account to check positions, vacancies posted by Imarticus. So you are responsible to keep a continuous check on your Superset account so that you're not missing with any kind of opportunity which is posted. To apply to the job opening, students should log in to their Superset account through laptop, desktop or mobile app. Opportunities will be posted in the job section, job profile section of Superset. So there is a job profile section where all the opportunities will be posted and you can see the opportunities, the description and whatever role it is, and then apply. Each student from the placement assured program will be given 5 interview opportunities. If the student fails to be placed after 5 such attempts, he or she needs to go through an assessment and post clearing the assessment only will be rolled out in the placement pool again. So what we do is we give you 5 interview chances.
Ma'am?
5, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't receive the mail.
Regarding?
Regarding the registration which you told, which you have.
Which batch are you from?
From 44.
44. Okay, Kirti. Just drop a WhatsApp message in your group that you have not received the Superset registration invite.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes. So we'll be giving you 5 interview opportunities. If you fail to get selected in all these 5 interview opportunities, any of the opportunity, like if suppose we have given you 5 interview chances and you're getting rejected everywhere. So you have to go for remocks again. You have to give the assessments, and once you clear the mocks, you will be rolled out in the placement pool. Because if you're not able to clear, hi, Aja. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So sorry, if you're failing to clear the interviews in this 5 chances, it means you're not clear with your concept. Somewhere you're lacking. Hence, you have to go for retraining, appear for remocks, and after which you'll be taken into the placement pool again. Okay? Any doubt on this? Yes.
5 chances in a week, day, month.
It depends on how soon are you applying. If you're applying for one opportunity today and for the next opportunity in next month, then accordingly you'll get chances, right?
Frequency of
It depends on your application. Completely depends on your application. I'll be posting 4 or 5 opportunities in a week. If you're applying for all, you'll be getting 5 chances in a week. If you're not applying for all, you'll be getting, depends on your application, you'll be getting the interview chances.
ये month को आया है, अगस्त में 3 आया, तो it will stay for 7 months.
What 3 आए 2 आए?
Let's say July month में let's say 2 calls आए from March. So the criteria from those side is 5. So ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि अगस्त में 3 आया. So July पूरा.
So see, as I told, in a week I open minimum of 3 to 4 opportunities and maximum it is 6, 7, 8, whatever. Okay. So if you're making application for all these opportunities, chances of you getting a call for an interview continuously are more. If you're applying for all these interviews will be lined up back to back. And if you're making the application, if you're delayed in making applications, then obviously you'll be getting 1 in June, 1 in July, and 1 in August. Got it? Call aega. If you're making the application, if you're eligible, if you're fitting into the criteria, if you're getting the screening select, then you'll be getting a call. And also some companies have give you the test. If you're clearing the test, then only you'll be getting a call.
But if that test is not clear, then that one item does not.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. We can discuss this later. First offer will be the final offer. Okay, so once you are making the application, if you're getting the offer from the company where you have applied for, it will be considered as your final offer. Be your application be in process in other 2 or 3 companies, whatever offer is coming to you first, you have to accept it and you don't have the right to reject any offer. A student who applies for a positions and then backs out at any stage of the process without prior approval from the placement team will be barred from placements. Yeah. So if you're making any application, make sure you're going through the job description, the CTC, the location, and then applying, then apply for the job. Don't just randomly apply and then back out during the interview process. Because then what happens is if you're backing out, if you're not attending the interview, the client will come back to me telling that your students are not attending and maybe I can lose that client.
But if the way you said that the CTC and everything would be given, but would they give a specific amount, like, or they would give a range? Like from
so in some cases, a range is given. Okay, and in some cases where they give whatever it is, it be like in case of BNY, if they're giving you 5.5 package, they'll only mention 5.5 and not the range. Like in suppose of SEETCO, if their range is between 3.5 to 6 or 7, the range will be given. Then depends on your interview performance, your experience, and your qualification. A package will be provided to you. See, if when I am giving the range now between 3.5 to 7 or 8. Then you can aim at the 7 and 8 ka range package. Okay? Then it depends on you how well you are appearing for the interview, how well you are prepared. Then the package is in your hand. You can crack a 7, you can crack a 8. The student, a student who is a no-show at any scheduled interview will be barred from applying for any further job opportunities. Like I said, if you're not attending the interviews, you won't be allowed to apply for any further opportunities and sit for the interview. Because you're not following the process and you're not appearing for the interview. Maybe if I give you the next chance, you'll do the same. You'll not attend the interview. So if you're missing any opportunity, if you're not going for an interview, you are not supposed to apply for any further opportunities. I won't give you the chance. The student is expected to conduct himself or herself in an ethical manner. Unethical behavior such as cheating during the selection process or misrepresentation of fact in a resume will disqualify the student from placements. Yeah. So if whatever you're having on your resume, make sure you have the valid certification of it. If you're mentioning any degree, any certification on your resume, make sure you have it documented. When asked, you have to submit. As soon as the student receives the offer of employment with an organization via the ICR service will be considered fulfilled and the contract will expire. So once you get the offer, according to us, we have done our service and you're not eligible to apply for any further opportunities. As I said, first offer will be considered as your final offer. Once you're getting the offer letter, you're not supposed to apply for any further opportunities. You won't be getting that chance. Any doubt in this? Post the final mock, if a particular student has been graded in T3, he or she does not have an opportunity to apply to the companies of their choice and will have to abide by the rights that are being offered to them. However, a student has an option of improving their grades after another mock limited to 2. So if you're falling under T3 category, you don't have an option to select a company of your choice. Like suppose if I'm posting 3 or 4 companies, you have to make application for all of these companies because you are in T3 and you don't have a choice to apply for whatever companies are coming of your choice. Whereas a T1 and T2 student, they have an option to like not apply for a company because they are having good scores. You have an option to upgrade your scores by giving the remock, which is limited to 2. The student can contact the placement coordinator of the center where he or she completed the course whenever he or she requires any clarification about the organization or the vacancy. So whenever opportunity is posted on Superset and if you want any further clarification on the opportunity, you can connect with me.
Like the person from T3 or T4 and JP Morgan is there and he won't to apply for that. So
firstly, JP Morgan is not my T3 client. It comes into T1 and T2. So only the T1 and T2 will be allowed to apply for a JP Morgan, a MS, a BNY, a UPS. Okay? All these are my T1, T2 clients. And the T4 is not eligible for placements. Whoever is scoring T4, whoever is falling under the category below than T3, I won't consider them for placement till the time they're clearing all the mocks. The student should not contact the HR directly and the communication should be through Ematicus. So even if you are getting the HR call for your screening round or maybe your interview, you cannot call back them and ask for the feedback. Feedback you will be getting from us. This is a view of your Superset account. Once you register, your Superset will look similar to this.
So the portal will show job opportunities depending on our
tiers. Correct.
Not all. Like not.
If you are in T1, T2 now, so you will be like shown all the T1 and T2 companies. Okay? And the T3 one, they will be only shown the T3 companies. T3 will also, for a T1 and T2, T3 companies are also there and you can like, you have a choice if you want to apply for the T3 one. So here we have a job profile section where you have to go and check all the jobs. Coming to the placement eligibility, student need to score at least a T3 to get eligible for the placement pool. Student scores below T3 tiering essentially have to go for retraining and reappear for mocks. I think I made this clear. A learner has to meet the minimum attendance and other program criteria. All the assessments are mandatory to complete with a minimum score 60% and above. Student attendance in final mock is compulsory with a minimum score of 60%. To get eligible for tier 1 company like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, State Street Bank, HSBC, BNP Paribas, EXA, BNY, and we have many more. Students have to score at least T1 or T2 as per the grade book. These are some of my T1, T2 clients. I have many more in the list, but it also depends on the, as you are from Pune, if you're restricting yourself for a Pune location, I'll come to this, sorry. Interview parameters. Communication, excellent communication skill is required to crack the interview of tier 1 firm. Work on improving your communication skill if required. Feel free to reach out to your soft skill trainer for the same. I believe you already had the soft skill sessions, right? So you know your faculty. Connect with Kaushal sir if you're having anything. If you want, like, if you feel like you have to improve on your presentation, communication, or company stand according to the company standards, if you need any improvement, you can connect with him. Domain knowledge, 50% of the question asked in the interview are from basics and test your fundamentals. Make sure your level 1 topics, which includes financial products and instruments, are strong enough. So so whatever clients I am having till date, mostly all of the clients, they prefer testing on your like basic knowledge, and all the level 1 topics are majorly like covered in the interview. So make sure your level 1 is very thorough. Then there is a checklist. Company takes time to complete their hiring process. Patience is still a great virtue. You are asking me if the interview will be done in a month or 2 or whatever it be. So if you're applying today, you have to wait till a week to get the screening or shortlisting feedback. Okay, after which you will be lined up for an interview. Because whenever we are sharing your profiles with the client, we are not having only a single batch, and there are many like simultaneously I have 6 to 7 batches which are also applying, and I also have to share their profiles with the clients for the same role. Relocation, major investment banks like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, etc. do not have their regional offices all over India. So students should be ready to relocate. As I was saying, if you're restricting yourself for a particular location, as you are from Pune, if you're looking only for the opportunities based out in Pune, you have a very limited option. Even you guys are aware, Pune has a limited IB options. There is only a BNY, UBS, IBM, Northern Trust, EXA we have, Hexaware is there. Deutsche Bank is there. Okay, we are having only 5-6 limited options, so don't restrict yourself only for Pune. Apply for Bangalore, Mumbai, and other Hyderabad opportunities as well. Okay. Answer to the interview questions should be backed with example. This ascertains the clarity of concepts. So whenever a question is asked to you, make sure you're giving an example and making the interviewer trust on you that you are clear with the concepts. Resume CV should be in PDF format only. It should be signed off by your soft skill trainer. So whenever you're sharing a resume, make sure no word file, only the PDF file will be shared with me and on Superset. And also make sure that you are naming your resume with your name. Like if I am sharing my resume, I'll name my resume as Akshata Sawan and not Akshata Sawan resume or updated 1, resume updated 2. All these names, please avoid. Because there are chances we miss on your resume if it is not named properly. If you have any other plan like higher education or deferment of placement process, please inform us in advance. Like if you are not looking for placements immediately after completion of your program, you are required to keep us informed about the same. You have to mail us stating that you are not looking for placement opportunities right after completing of your program, and maybe after a month or 2 you will be coming back for the placements. You have to keep this on mail and take approval from our side. And the tenure should not be more than 6 months. If you're planning for any higher education, keep us informed. Okay, and if you're coming back to us after like suppose 2 months or 3 months, you have to undergo a remock, because I'm not sure if you remember all the things which were taught. Okay, so you have to appear for the remock, and once you clear it, I'll take you in the pool again. Okay. Students are required to clear all dues to get eligible for placement services. So the process is, I get your confirmation from the finance team and the governance team to be if you have to be considered in the pool or not. Once I get the approval from all this finance and governance, that is your training team, on completion of your mocks and HR mocks and all your assessments, I'll be considering you for placements, and I'll start sharing opportunities with you all. Have you received any opportunity till now? No, right?
No, ma'am.
Fine. So what we'll do is, if we are having an excess opportunity, if one of my client is coming to me and telling me that they have 100 or 200 positions and I'm short of profiles, short of candidates who are in my pool, I open it for the in-training batches as well. So you do have that opportunity to apply during your training. But these opportunities will be posted, like I'll be sharing a mail with these opportunities to you all guys, and you have to apply through mail by sharing whatever details which are required. Opportunities will be calculated, but then you have an option if you want to apply or not. If a good client is coming like a BNY while you are in training, I think no one will miss this chance, right? Because this, while you are in training, I'm opening it for everyone. Maybe after you clear all your mocks, some will come fall under T3 and some will fall under T1, T2. So only the T1, T2 will get this BNY opportunity and not the T3. These are the point of contacts. So as I believe everyone is from Pune, I'll be your point of contact and you can note down my mail ID. Some of you might already have my mail IDs. Okay? I am from Pune Center. I am available at the centers. If you want to come and meet me, just check with Aarti once if I am there over here. Okay? And you can come. Friday, Saturday are mostly the meeting timings. Apart from Friday, Saturday, I am like occupied with other tasks. So Friday, Saturday between 12 to 2, you can come anytime. Preferred mode of communication, given the volume, kindly avoid seeking updates through calls and WhatsApp as much as possible. Please drop an email to your concerned coordinator for any queries. So mail communication is always better. If you're having any queries, either you post it on your WhatsApp group so that even if I am not reverting, someone from the team can get back to you, and or else you drop me a mail. And you can expect a revert back within 24 to 48 working hours. If in case you're not getting a revert back, you are required to put a reminder on the same. You can put a reminder on the same message, same mail. And if even after your reminder, I'm not able to reply to you, you can escalate it further. I'll tell you the escalation methods as well. So let's start following the process and use email as the preferred mode of communication. These are the escalation levels. For North and South, it is Kumar Manish, but I don't think so North and South anyone we have in this batch. So we belong to the West region. Pune comes under West. So you can write it to Joy if you're not getting response from my end. Okay. You can note his mail ID. He's already copied in your ICR wala mail if you have received it. For online folks, I'm dropping the mail IDs in the chat box.
Ma'am, hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have one query. You just told कि वो जो resume होगा अपना, that we need to sign by a faculty teacher. वो थोड़ा समझ में नहीं आया actually उसमें line भी ठीक से मुझे.
So resume as in you had the resume building session, right?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that day was working, ma'am. Working Saturday, so yeah, I gone through. But not.
Okay, so Richa, the resume building, once you are having your resume building session now, after that you have to build your resume and you have to mail it to Kaushal sir and take the confirmation on the same mail that like whether your resume is like matching with the industrial standards or if you need any changes in that.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, so do we have any questions? Yes. You went for the walk-in. That's it for you. Fine. You are already selected. Now your name?
Rachna. Yes.
Okay. Yes, Rachna. So you? You'll be getting the superset access. See, superset is now, I'll give you the access and where you can register yourself and look after the opportunities which are there in the market. However, you are not eligible to apply through us, but you will be at least getting an idea with what kind of opportunities are there open in the market and what is the job role. Accordingly, you can prepare, and whenever maybe you're trying to a switch or something, maybe a year later, that time you can connect with all that companies which are there.
So
the IP is fine. You won't.
Like after a year also, because superset is for 18 months. No?
18 months the superset is eligible, but once you get to offer through the ICR service, like through Imarticus, the ICR is over, right? Like it will be considered, first offer is your final offer. It will be considered that you are already placed. But we also have this thing, like we open some opportunities for our alumni students. Like suppose if you have completed a 2 years or 3 years in a particular company where we have placed you already, and then if we are having a opportunity with some other client of ours who are in need of experienced candidates who maybe have an experience of 4 years, 5 years or 3 years, so we open it for our alumni network, that is the already placed network, and then you can apply for that opportunities. You have that option. Okay? That is just for brand building, I can say.
So if we go as a walk-in somewhere, is there a chance that you
Refer. Yes, if you're going for a walk-in through us, like she went for a EXA walk-in, but it was like conducted by from me, my side, for Imarticus students, and also they were having some other walk-ins, but not on the same day. So she went, she got selected. So if you are getting selected, if you're going for a walk-in, and if you're keeping me posted, if it is my client, company 30 days का notice period they allow. ठीक है, maximum tenure is 45 days. More than 45 days notice period is not considered by any of the company. So whoever is having a notice period more than 45 days have to take a call either to drop your previous job or to get an offer first and then drop your job. It is your call. Okay? We cannot influence you in any way, because even I am not sure if you are making the application through me. Based on your performance, there will be a selection, and I just cannot push your profile anywhere because all the candidates are from Imarticus, and I have to make sure that the good one is getting a chance and who is a perfect fit according to the client. I cannot influence you in any way, either to drop your job or whatever the scene be. Okay? So you take your call. Whoever is having notice period more than 45 days, 45 days is the maximum which is considered by all my clients, and 60 days there are chances of screening reject.
It's like superset wala access we have like maybe
18 months के लिए you have the access. ठीक है? So and 18 months is not the time where you which you will take for the placements.
you are saying that
That it will be done through mail. For the alumni network, now we open the opportunity through mail.
Okay.
Tier 3 mein, I also have the T1 companies, T1, T2 in my T3, but the job will differ. Like a Sitco, if I'm opening it for a T3, the job role will be a IRD or something, okay, which will pay you around 3.5, 3.8. Yes. Anything else? Can we proceed with the superset registration?
Yes.
Have you all received my mail? Online folks, have you all received my superset registration mail?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No. No, ma'am. Can you just do a WhatsApp message in your group that you have not received the superset invite? Please, weekend 46 batch, I have not shared it with you guys. Only the 44 folks. The 46.
We also not received this.
You have not received the mail. Which batch are you from?
46.
46. 46 I have not shared. 44 only. Only for weekend 44 batch I have shared the mail. So 46, can you help me with what all topics are pending? 46.
not with the level 2. So last topic is pending. Again, just compared to the
Okay. And level 44? You're done with everything, only the soft skill is pending and your mocks, right? You are yet to finish some topics, right? Okay, so I'll maybe sharing the superset invite with 46 batch within this coming week, like a Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay.
please to share this ICR.
ICR also I'll share.
You receive the link only to join the
Okay. Yeah. So for 46, I'll share the ICR. For 44, the superset invite is shared. 46, the invite will be shared by Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay, where you have to complete the registration. Can you guys open your superset link? And can someone come over here and present their screen? Like you can log in through this laptop and present your registration process. 44 batch. No one wants to come. You know your mail ID, right? Once you start, we can connect this screen. Anyone is pending to receive the invite? You have not received. Have you put it in your WhatsApp? Put it in your WhatsApp. Jagrati has also put it in. What time you have your class on Saturdays? Saturdays also 9 to 1. Working and have second Saturday working. You have Saturday, second and fourth Saturday.
no, we have second post at all.
So whether they coming here, I want to meet this connect to that first before coming. Sometimes it happens I want to go here and some other office maybe in Mumbai or something. I am from Pune, but sometimes I every day mostly depends on my meetings I have to go. And what next? So better you connect with Alfie and then. Yeah. So this is the invite mail which you will be getting presented. You have your office? Yeah, fine. No, you said you complete this. Online folks, can you see our screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So this is the mail which you will be getting, and then you have to start with the registration process by clicking the link. Hey, you are a fresher. Why are you leaving? Yes. Give a brief and then you have to. So here you have to fill up all the details, then there is contact details where you have to fill up your address and your email ID, your contact number, and your email ID and contact number should be verified. That means you'll be dropped a OTP which you have to use for the verification. Okay. Apart from this, you'll be having to enter your attendance ID when you complete your registration. So your attendance ID, you can get it from your fee receipt. Okay? On your fee receipt, it is mentioned as attendance ID. You have to put the same while completing the registration. The CGPA part, when you're coming to the education details, when you're filling the education details, they'll be asking you for your CGPA. So CGPA, whatever it is highest, like the graduation or the post-graduation. If you have completed the post-graduation, you are supposed to enter your post-graduation ka percentage and or the CGPA. If you have only completed your graduation scores will be entered over there. Okay? And then you'll be having a column that which will ask you that if you are a lateral entry student. So you have to click on that column and say that you are a lateral entry student. Lateral entry means you'll be getting direct entry for the interviews as you are from Imarticus. Okay, apart from this, I think very basic details are required which you will be able to complete. Okay, if you are having anything, you have to compulsory upload your photo and also your resume. So once you complete with the registration, there will be a button as proceed. You have to proceed it and you have to enroll yourself for the placement cycle. Batch, it is mandatory. You have to enter your batch. If you are from CBOP weekend 44, it will be CBOP space WE space 44, your batch name. Okay. Then you have to add your placement details. There will be a column which where you have to add your placement details. There you have to add that you are here for, you don't have a job and you want to apply. The third one. There will be a drop down given and you have to enter the third option, which is you don't have a job and want to apply. Yeah.
Should that's for Imarticus parameters, right?
Imarticus parameters is whatever resume you are having now. Once you take it, sign off from your soft skill trainer, the same you have to upload on your superset. Okay? And make sure everyone is not preparing the same resume format. Not mandated, you should use that pamphlet which is there on superset of Imarticus. You can create your own and make sure you're not creating the same as everyone, because see, whenever I'm sharing the application, if you're having the same resume, everyone over here has the same resume, obviously the interviewer will get bored of reading your resume and they don't even bother to see them. Okay, so make sure you have a very nice one. And whatever you mention, mention limited things on your resume, because most of the questions will come through your resume. Yeah. Okay, and apart from this education, first there will be 12th card details. You have to fill up 12th education, then it will be 10th education, then you have to add your qualification and enter your degree or post graduation, whatever it be. Yeah. I think that's it for superset. Once you're done with the registration, don't forget to upload your resume. And after you complete your registration, you're supposed to drop a mail to me stating that you have completed the registration. And if I am having your tiering, I'll allot a tier on superset. And if your tier is, once your tier is allotted on superset, you can start applying for opportunities. But in your case, as you are yet to complete your mocks and final exams, right? So you are not eligible to get a tiering update on superset. Yeah.
Sorry, अपने रेज्यूमे का नाम आपने बताया एक्चुअली क्या रखना है?
आपका नाम सिर्फ आपका नाम क्या है?
ओमकार।
ओमकार
संगनवार।
ओमकार संगनवार।
इतना ही रखना है। ऐसा मेंशन नहीं करना।
Only Omkar Sangalwar. Because I know that you are sharing your resume with me. When I will be asking you for the resume, that time only you will share. ऐसे randomly मुझे mail नहीं करोगे ना ओमकार संगनवार.
तो जो है नाम ओमकार संगनवार रेज्यूमे डॉट पीडीएफ ऐसा सेव किया है।
तो वो
मैं एडिट करना। Just for the sake of knowledge,
anything else? So there are a lot of opportunities coming. Okay, I am going to open it for the in-training batches as well. So you might be receiving the mail soon from my end asking for your application for a particular role, which may be a Mumbai role or a Pune opportunity. So make sure you're going through the job role, whatever it is given on your mail, and you make an application. Okay. So during applying, I'll need your resume, the updated one, and I'll be sharing a tracker, which is the Excel file. You are supposed to download the file, fill up all the details, save it, and then share it back with me. Okay. You have to attach it again with me on the same mail, and it should be in the Excel file only. Okay. Don't waste your time in converting it to a PDF, because then it's very difficult for me to convert it again to the Excel, and it is time consuming. So whatever, if I'm sharing the Excel file, you are supposed to give the information only in Excel file. Anything else?
Post assignment and all the classroom training. How can we get the best? Let's say 7 lakhs, 8 lakhs. How can I?
What is the tier as of now? Level 1 you have completed. So you don't have your tiering. You have your grade books. तो कब देखोगे? कब दिया आपने mocks? 24 April. 24th April, and you don't know your mock scores till date.
Because assignments were not completed. So
level 1 की mock scores I'm asking. T3 में 7 लाख नहीं देती मैं.
That's why I'm asking the valuation for valuation.
So you have to upgrade your tiers first. Okay, come into a T2, a T1 and T2 if you want a 5 lakh and 7 lakh. Okay, and also then you have to be smart enough, because I am having batches which are in my pool. I am having a volume of 47 who are actually eligible for placements, and some are the candidates who are not looking for placement, or maybe they are out of range. They fall in the out of range category. So what is my out of range category? If you have experience more than 4 and 5 years, or if you're coming from a technical background, okay, the chances of getting your resume shortlisted is very low. So you have to make sure you are smart enough to match with the commerce background students. Okay, and if you are experienced candidate, then see, most of the opportunities which I am opening right now is for a fresher or someone who is having 3 or 4 years of experience and not more than 5 years of experience. Okay. Because if you're having the experience more than 5 years, then obviously your expectations will also differ as compared to your bachelor's, right? So accordingly, I have an out of range category as well. 43 are my students who are already there in my pool, and I am expecting a new pool coming of around 50 candidates. So total will go around something 97, 100 you can take. 100 people, if you want a package of 7, so you have to be smart enough. All will be making the application. Out of 100, let's suppose 50 are making the application, there is a position of 15 candidates. All these 50 will be going for an interview. Some will get screening reject, some will go for the interview round. And if suppose 30 students are going for the interview, 15 is the only position. What else? Online folks, any questions? So those who are not from Pune and they want the superset access for maybe different location like a Mumbai or a Bangalore, you are supposed to drop me a mail, inform me that you are looking for opportunities through Mumbai or Pune or Bangalore. Accordingly, the superset access will be given to you and you have to complete the registration.
Ma'am, hello. Hello.
Yes, Richard.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, as earlier I informed you that I am not from Pune or Mumbai, but I'll be okay with the locations. So I have to send a mail to you.
Yes, you have to drop a mail. And also, Richa, most of my clients, they have already started a face-to-face interview round. So whenever you're applying now, make sure that you're checking on this part, because I also mentioned that if it will be a face-to-face round or an online round. Okay? You only apply for the online ones. Yeah.
Because and one more thing, actually, I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Sorry for interruption. You completed, then I'll continue. Yeah, you sir.
Please continue.
Yeah.
Yes, Richa, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm not from commerce background as well, but I'm holding a 6 years experience almost. In banking only, I'm holding a 5.5 years experience. So in the resume, I just have to mention the banking experience.
Every
Apart from that,
experience, each and every experience has to be there on your resume so that there is no career gap or any gap which is there with the years of passing. After you complete your graduation, there should be not a gap or anything which is there on your resume. So if you're having any kind of experience, put it on your resume.
actually I'm doing my job from 2013 itself, but I have completed my graduation in 2015. So should I mention the when I joined another company?
Yes, all the experience you have to mention, be it a relevant one or a non-relevant one.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion.
Anyone else? Okay. So guys, also make sure you're very clear with all your concepts. If you're not able to understand anything, please reach out to your faculty. Okay? So when you ask a question on your interview, there should be no case should come that you are not able to explain them the concepts. See, communication is not a thing which they will be focusing on. They want your knowledge for which they are hiring you. Okay? Normal com skills has to be first will be the HR round, and if you're not able to communicate thoda bahut bhi, then only you're getting rejected. Okay? And if you're getting rejected in the first place in the HR round, you have to connect with Kaushal sir and get ideas ke how are you supposed to present yourself, because basic though they will be checking on your communication, and normal communication will also do till the time you're having proper domain knowledge. Make sure your domain is very strong. And I don't want anyone coming to me and complaining that this was out of my syllabus. If you're going for an IB role, you cannot expect only your book knowledge, right? Whatever you have learned over here, you should be updated with all the current affairs. You're gonna read all economics times, whatever which stock is going upwards. All the current updates you should carry with yourself when you're going for an interview. Okay, you just cannot come and tell me that this was not taught to me and I am not aware about it. Please, it is an IB role. This is not your school, college, where only questions will be asked what is given in your book. Yes, guys, any questions? Can we wind up the session? Online folks, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Fine. All the best, guys. Once you receive the mail, please register on Superset at the earliest. If you're having any doubt, please post it on your WhatsApp group or drop a mail to me. Prepare well and be interview ready. I want you guys to be interview ready, not just opportunity ready. Opportunity ready is I'll be sharing the opportunity, you will apply and you will get rejected. Interview ready is when you're applying for an opportunity, you're clearing it. All the best. Thanks for joining. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.